Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to advise that Councillor Andrew Wines will be absent today, and I move that he be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that Councillor Wines be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Are there any further apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,784th meeting held on Tuesday, the 3rd of February 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the minutes of the 4,784th meeting of Council held on the 3rd of February 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Dr. Anthony Garcia, who will address the chamber today on sounds across oceans. Please proceed when you're ready, Dr. Garcia. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, it's a privilege to be here today to talk to you about Sounds Across Oceans. My name is Anthony Garcia. I'm very proud to be here to represent a beautiful organisation which is trying to make a difference in Brisbane for people from all walks of life. This organisation was established in 2016. It gained not-for-profit status in 2019, and we've been doing some, I think, really important work. But I'd like to give you some background and context so you can understand why this organisation has come about and how. So to that end, I'd like to just tell you a little bit about my story. I was born in the United States of Mexican, American and Australian parentage, and I had the good fortune of being able to travel and live across Southeast Asia as a child, even fortunate to reside in the famous Raffles Hotel in Singapore for a period, which I probably couldn't afford to do now. But this experience really informed my sensitivity to other cultures and really inspired a passion for working across the cultural divide, across the boundaries that often separate us, those boundaries of language, religion, philosophy, art and culture. And so that background as a child has been with me ever since. It flowed into my early studies. I thought I was going to be a diplomat. I did modern Asian studies at Griffith University, but then I played guitar all my life, and I ended up at the conservatorium, and ultimately I gained a PhD in music at the University of Tasmania. So it's been a big journey from wanting to be a diplomat to wanting to kind of help heal the divide through constructive and creative ideas to actually doing it with my guitar. And so that flowed into touring across the world and performing, working with Indigenous artists and artists from many different cultural backgrounds. And that really gave me the skill and capacity that I draw on in creating Sounds Across Oceans. The word Sounds Across Oceans is not just about music and sounds, and it's not just across oceans literally. It's across many of the diverse divides that kind of separate us. So there's many layers, and it's multidimensional, that concept. So after all of this work, I set up this organisation, and there's a couple of beautiful little programs that I'd like to talk to you about. Some of them I work as a practical artist and a musician. We were in Jade Ensemble, beautiful ensemble that was started at Brisbane Festival. We performed in Expo Osaka, representing Brisbane, Queensland and Australia. 18 shows over 10 days, an incredible experience, and something I still remain very passionate about, making music. Some other wonderful programs. Creative Fusions is a program that I've been working on for many years. That does the same sort of thing that I do as a musician, but helping young kids and literally people from all walks of life and all ages and backgrounds to come together, learn how to make music in a way that is, I guess, spontaneous and free, improvisation, creating new music which is reflective of our time and cultural authentic fusion of who we are together. Create a sense of belonging as a community through music. Another wonderful program for seniors, this one, Music, Movement and Meditation, is designed to help inspire and uplift and inform, I guess, the psychological development of our seniors through a very creative program. And of course, I do this all alongside my role as executive producer of Brisbane Festival, which I'm very proud to do. A wonderful festival which is presented by Brisbane City Council, and it's only a few days away. So it's very timely that I'm here today to talk to you about this festival. I want to go over a couple of highlights. We start on Friday with a wonderful event called Southside by Night. Imagine a car meetup, Tokyo Drift, meets live performance, Asian street food, entertainment for kids and families. It's a one of a kind in the world, and we can proudly say it's part of Brisbane Festival. We roll on into the weekend. We've got workshops for kids, skateboarding, art, music. We've got a K-pop showcase at night and our first comedy gala at the Powerhouse this Saturday night. So that's another big draw card. And then on the Sunday, we have a beautiful concert in the magnificent Botanical Gardens at Mount Cootha, Lunar New Year in the Gardens. There's going to be an incredible array of artists there, and that's just the first weekend. So I encourage you all, jump on the website, Council's website, Brisbane Festival, look at everything that's going on there. It's going to be amazing. I really also want you to have a think about something a little sophisticated on next Tuesday, 17th, to celebrate the Lunar New Year. We have a beautiful cocktail event at the Kite Terrace of the Thomas Dixon Centre. So all of this together collectively is part of the journey of my life as a guitarist and a musician, working with Sounds Across Oceans, trying to make a difference. I just want to say to you, I'm here to serve your communities. Our organisation wants to connect with you. If you want to meet with me, connect at the festival or arrange another time to talk about the type of work we do and how we can assist and help, because we're all trying to make Brisbane a better place, a global leader in the creative and arts sector, and that's something I believe we can do.
Thank you
welcome.
very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Garcia. I'd now like to call upon Councillor Howard to respond. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Chair, and of course it gives me a great deal of pleasure to respond to Anthony, and I can't believe that Anthony was able to fit all of that information into 5 minutes, which was just absolutely brilliant. We did have a presentation at our committee just last week, and I know that our committee members were thrilled about what is happening with Brisasia this year, because each year it gets better and better, and so and that is thanks to you and your team. It is fantastic for us to hear the opportunities that there are for all of our wards right across Brisbane, and particularly for Brisasia this year. And I do encourage everybody that's in the chamber to reach out to Anthony, to go along to the events this year, to give him ideas for next year, because we know that we just love what you do. We love the fact that Brisasia is so inclusive. I also remember seeing William Barton performing at the Botanic Gardens, I think, out at Mount Cootha. Now, for those of you who don't know, William Barton is a very famous Aboriginal didgeridoo player, and so much more than that. He is so talented, and I know that he's been a very big part of your journey as well. And to hear you talk about the inclusion that you have been able to achieve by your connections is exactly what we want Brisbane to be all about. It is about connecting and being inclusive to all of our cultures. We just love the fact that Brisbane is able to host things such as Brisasia, but Sounds Across Ocean does so much more. I've been delighted. I've even learnt a few more things myself that I didn't know about, Anthony. So I do encourage everyone to go along to Brisasia, but also to reach out to Anthony and to make sure that we're talking about things that we can do right across Brisbane in that field. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Councillor Howden. Thank you, Dr Garcia, for coming in today.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I have 3 applications with you for public speakers. It was good to hear from Dr Garcia today about the Brisbane Asia Festival. They want to speak about buses and the fact they can't get a bus. When will those people be given the opportunity to publicly speak to the Chamber and to the Mayor?
Thanks, Councillor Griffiths. I have answered your question before and it remains the same. And that all councillors will be advised of who is the guest speaker, and I do hope that you can take that information that Dr Garcia provided today back to your ward. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, last week we heard that the Brisbane Metro is keeping Brisbane moving in record numbers. But patronage alone is not the only measure of success. Can you please outline for the Chamber the many other benefits of this city-shaping project?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I know that you have been a consistent and passionate advocate for Brisbane Metro and the new bus network, and you've seen more residents in your local area jumping on board public transport in recent times since last year. Now, I can update the Chamber because already some of the information I provided last week is out of date. It's even better this week. And so last week, I provided an update. There had been 6.8 million trips on Brisbane Metro. The latest updated figures, more than 7 million. And so that's almost 3.5 times the population of Brisbane catching the service, which is just fantastic. But it's also more than about Brisbane Metro. It's about the change to the way the entire bus network has worked. And better services, better connections, making sure that we cut down travel time, improve reliability as well. And so we've seen over the last 2 years a 27% increase in bus patronage in Brisbane. And that increase and the tick-up started with the introduction of 50-cent fares, and it's continued on and been built upon since then with a new bus network and Brisbane Metro services as well. And so all of those things have played a part in getting that massive increase in patronage. And to put it in perspective, there are no other Australian cities that have seen, of our scale, comparable cities that have seen this kind of increase in public transport patronage like this. It is a fantastic thing. But it's not only just about the people that are catching the buses, it's also a wider network benefit, because we have seen the latest traffic congestion data has shown an improvement in traffic congestion in the last 12 months. And so getting more people onto public transport, surprise, surprise, helps reduce traffic congestion, and it is absolutely the case. And we know that also people from outside of Brisbane are coming into our city to catch our services, the local services, because they get a better level of service here in Brisbane than they would in Logan or Ipswich or Moreton Bay. And so they're coming to catch our services, which is a wonderful thing. We know that, I guess, the secret sauce when it comes to public transport is affordability, frequency, reliability and accessibility. And all of those things have been delivered through the changes that have been made in the last couple of years. There's been an improvement in affordability. There's been significant improvements in frequency with the turn-up-and-go metro, where people don't need to worry about a timetable. The reliability has improved significantly. We've seen a reduction in congestion in the transport network in the inner city, so bus congestion in the inner city is down by around 30%. Travel times have shortened up, and reliability is better as well, because we're dealing with some of those bottlenecks in the network that have caused reliability issues. Accessibility is the final part of it, and we have an accessible bus fleet and the Brisbane Metro vehicles. It will be hard to find any public transport that can provide a more accessible experience than the Brisbane Metro vehicles. And so it's ticking the various boxes that drive patronage. Now, going forward, we want more of this. We've put in the work, we've got the support of the federal government, we've got the support of the state government, and we need more of this. And so we're continuing to progress with those other levels of government to advocate to them, to explain to them the opportunities to do more of this around Brisbane. More metro expansions to different locations, and that will also bring opportunities for bus network changes that can deliver a significant benefit, as we've seen since last year. And so this is big. This change, you will struggle to find any other period in Brisbane's history where there's been such a short, sharp boost in public transport patronage, and that is a wonderful thing. And so we thank the people of Brisbane for jumping on board. We thank the federal government for putting in over $400 million into Brisbane Metro, and we thank the state government as well for making sure that the ongoing operations of Metro and the bus network are funded in the new model that we announced last year, which was 75% of the funding comes from the state government, 25% from the council. Which was a big improvement from the 60-40 arrangement, which saw ratepayers chipping in a lot more when other councils weren't chipping in anything or next to nothing. And so it's a
Lord
better
Mayor,
deal
your time
and a
has
better outcome
expired.
for people.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you continue to blame the contractor, the truck drivers and other waste workers while taking no responsibility yourself for missed bin collections. We understand you wrote a letter to Veolia last week, which you should table today, months after we first raised these issues here in the chamber, and years now, as we know, after these problems started escalating. Other than sending one letter to the contractor, what have you done to ensure these services are being delivered?
Lord Mayor.
Well, I think I touched on this last week. I expect our contract to be enforced. I expect bins to be collected. And I expect a better performance. And as I said last week, we've had 99% of bins collected throughout the last 12 months, and there's been delays for around 1%. I want that to be even better. We're working towards every bin being collected, and that's what we should expect. And so we'll continue to use every measure we have available to us under the contract to get the best outcome possible. And so that work is ongoing. There's been multiple meetings. There's been every opportunity taken to make sure that this issue meets our expectations and also the expectations of residents. And so I want to thank the chair responsible, Councillor Tracy Davis, for her leadership and for all of the meetings that she has had on behalf of all of us. I want to thank the CEO.
Councillor Cassidy, do not call out while somebody else is on their feet speaking.
Well, Councillor Cassidy, I'll take that interjection. You may not have faith in other people, but I do. And I have a huge amount of faith in my chair, Councillor Tracy Davis, to make sure...
Councillor Cassidy, I caution you for calling out multiple times. Lord Mayor.
To make sure that everything is being done possible. I also have faith in the CEO, Professor Kerry Freeman, and she has been involved in the meetings as well. And so everything that needs to happen is happening, and we will certainly look forward to seeing continued improvements to make sure that we deliver the services that people expect, and we deliver the services that I expect our contractor to deliver, and everyone on this side of the chamber as well.
Further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, we just heard from the Lord Mayor about how the Brisbane Metro is keeping Brisbane moving. Can you please outline to the Chamber how this investment is in keeping Brisbane moving is unlocking opportunities for well-placed new housing in Brisbane?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Huang for the question. The reality is simple. We're a growing city and we need more homes. We want Brisbane to be a city where everyone, no matter their circumstances, can find a home that suits them. Every planning decision we make aims to support that outcome. That includes decisions that shape how people move around the city, how close they live to services, and how easily they can get to the things that make daily life smooth. When we undertake our suburban and urban renewal programs, we focus on putting homes in the right places. That means locations with transport, shops, health services, parks and jobs close by. When these things align, people save time. They spend less time in traffic and more time living their lives. That is what good planning should achieve, and that's what our plans in Stones Corner, Wynnum, Mount Gravatt, Alderley, Fortitude Valley and Kurilpa are geared towards. Madam Chair, when we think of services that truly make people's lives smoother, that make sense for more homes to be nearby, there's one item that stands out, and being close to a Brisbane Metro station is one of those things. Residents have embraced this service. It is fast, frequent and easy to use. It offers a level of reliability that helps people feel confident about using public transport. The turn-up-and-go, high-capacity and high-frequency service has already delivered more than 7 million trips since it launched, and the Lord Mayor's just mentioned that. It's a popular service, Madam Chair, helping to keep Brisbane residents moving each and every day. As we plan for new homes, we look closely at where services like the Metro operate. Giving more people access to high-frequency public transport improves daily life. It also supports the entire network by concentrating homes in places where the transport system works well. And when you combine more homes near the Metro with 50-cent fares, you get a great outcome for the community. They live close to transport, they live close to affordable services, and at the end of the day, 50-cent fares and the option of catching public transport is a true cost of living benefit. This is one of the reasons we are proceeding with the Upper Mount Gravatt precinct plan today. If those in the chamber have looked at the boundary of this precinct plan, there's one thing that should stand out. The M1 Metro service stops at the Upper Mount Gravatt station, adjacent to the Pacific Motorway and bordering the precinct boundary. We know that this particular service is extremely popular and has already had more than 2 million passengers on it since June, with a 43% increase on previous routes. By planning for more homes near it, we give more residents the chance to use something that already works well for many. But careful planning isn't just about where the Metro services are, Madam Chair. It's about where the Metro services are going to end up in the future. We're working to finalise a business case that covers the expansion of the Brisbane Metro, as we've outlined in the Race to Gold. We're looking to expand this service to the south, the east, the airport and to the north. We want to see residents in the northern suburbs like Chermside get access to the turn-up-and-go Metro, which brings us to the Chermside precinct plan we're progressing today. The precinct includes part of Gympie Road and the northern busway transport corridor. These areas already provide strong transport options. They are ideal places to grow housing because they can support more people without compromising the quality of life. As we seek to expand the Metro, these areas will play a central role in supporting reliable and affordable travel across the city. Madam Chair, our commitment is clear. We want every resident, whether renting or hoping to buy, to have an affordable home close to the services that make life work. We want people to feel supported by the city they live in, and we will continue to make planning decisions that help deliver more homes in the right locations. Brisbane Metro, the Metro stations, the expansion of the service is critical to our planning thinking, and certainly it's critical to the provision of homes in this city. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. The Montague Road study is over a year late, yet congestion and safety risk for pedestrians, bike users, motorists and public transport users keeps growing. Lord Mayor, why have you failed to release a study and start the work in delivering these critical upgrades, leaving residents of Kurilpa, West End and South Brisbane and Montague Road behind, while pushing hyperdensity development that makes the danger worse for everyone?
Lord Mayor.
Look, this was a study that was requested and funded by the former Labor government, and it's something that we did at their request. Ultimately, there will be ongoing work that will be happening when it comes to the Montague Road area and as growth occurs. But once again, this is something that we have an expectation that we'll have funding support from other levels of government on. And I think it says a lot that this was funded at the request of the state government, and this was something that the state government requested.
Point of order, Chair.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
The question is, why hasn't the study been released?
Thank you, Councillor. The Lord Mayor's answering your question. Lord Mayor.
And so once the study is finalised, of course it'll be released. It's being finalised, but obviously, we will need, for whatever the outcomes of that study might be, we will need support from other levels of government. And so we look forward to, at the time when the study is finalised, releasing that and having a look at the improvements that can be made. But certainly, we know that through West End, South Brisbane, they have great access to facilities and public transport, and is one of the reasons why there is so many extra homes that can be accommodated in that area. It is well located, it's got great infrastructure, and can accommodate significantly more homes to help with housing supply and affordability. And so that's what we'd like to see. And obviously, if state governments or federal governments want to assist with improvements to infrastructure, we would willingly receive that support. And we know that there'll be an ongoing need for improvements. But when the study is finalised, it will be released.
Further questions? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, we have heard how Brisbane Metro is keeping Brisbane moving through investment in public transport, but the benefits don't stop there. The latest report from TomTom Analytics has shown that the Schrinner Council's investment in public transport benefits all road users. Can you please outline to the Chamber how continued investment in infrastructure is needed to keep Brisbane moving, and are you aware of any alternative approaches?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Parry for the question, because the results of Brisbane Metro have come in, and what a stunning success it has been. Over 7 million trips taken in the first year of operation alone, an increase to capacity on our public transport network of 30 million seats annually, more than the entire population of this country. Now, it's clear that the innovative design of the Metro is what has boosted the availability and the efficiency of our public transport network. Combined with Brisbane's new bus network and 50-cent fares, it has led to an almost 30% increase in public transport patronage. Now, if you were looking to give this project a pass mark, you'd say maybe 5% increase in patronage. Cities around the world would kill for that.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair. Councillor Murphy's been at pains today to say he's not the chair responsible for the Metro, and as this is outside his portfolio responsibilities, he doesn't have any authority to speak to it. Under the
I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor, thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chairman, and you would be really happy with a 10% increase. But to get a 27% increase, it suggests that Brisbane Metro and BNBN
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Have been game-changing.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I would just ask you to perhaps reconsider your ruling, because Councillor Murphy has publicly stated that he can't answer questions about the Metro, and yet that's exactly what he is doing now. So he's either misleading people at committee or he's misleading people at council now. And under the Code of Conduct, you are required to be fair
reasonable and honest in your dealings with councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Parry has asked Councillor Murphy a question and he's answering it. I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Murphy.
But, Madam Chair, it's not just the public transport network that is benefiting. As Infrastructure Chair, road network performance is of critical interest to me.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Thank you. Section 33(1)(b) of the Meetings Local Law requires the Civic Cabinet Chair to only answer questions that form part of their jurisdiction and portfolio. It's the Meetings Local Law. So, Madam Chairman, before I move unsuitable meeting conduct in you, I again draw you to the rules of procedure, the specific 33(1)(b), page 23, and ask you to reconsider your ruling, which is clearly contrary to the rules of procedure.
I won't, Councillor Johnston. The question was about roads and road users and congestion.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
And this forms part of the answer to that question. Councillor Parry,
Madam Chair,
point of
I'm
order.
more than happy to read the question again, if that would benefit the
I just
chamber.
explained to Councillor Johnston that was what the question was about, and that is all-encompassing when we're talking about roads. Councillor Murphy.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, I move that you have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct by failing to apply the rules of procedure under the Meetings Local Law fairly, honestly and reasonably in accordance with your requirements.
Seconded.
A motion of unsuitable meeting conduct of the chair has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. I'll now vacate the chair and leave the chamber.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the motion regarding unsuitable meeting conduct in the chair, Councillor Sandy Landers. Councillor Ryan Murphy has publicly stated today that he is not the chair responsible for the Metro. He has no responsibility for the Metro. He knows nothing about the Metro, and I think that's a fair reflection of his comments in committee today. Now, under the Meetings Local Law, these are the rules of procedure that govern how this meeting runs. The Meetings Local Law says the following. This is section 33(1)(b). During the part of the meeting set aside for question time, questions may be put to Civic Cabinet Chair of any council of committees relating to matters within their jurisdiction. Now, it is very clear that the Chair of Council has allowed Councillor Murphy to respond to a question that should have been ruled out of order because it does not relate to his area of responsibility. Councillor Murphy, as he has pointed out himself publicly today, is not responsible for the Metro. And he has absolutely no knowledge about the Metro. Now, for those who think, well, it's kind of related to what he does, that's not what the rules say, because the rules go on and say that in answering the question, the following rule should apply, section 33(8). The answer will be relevant and succinct. So, Councillor Murphy is not being relevant and succinct. Part of that question was about roads, and that part of the question could have been allowed, but that's not what the chair chose to do here. In addition to that, the Meetings Local Law requires all councillors to ensure their comments are related to the issues that are brought up in motions. So there is very clear guidance that you must be relevant to the issues that are raised. Now, the Chair of Council, Councillor Sandy Landers, has allowed a question about the Metro to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, who has no responsibility for the Metro. He's said that himself.
if Councillor Murphy wants to answer questions about roads, which I think we would all be happy for Councillor Murphy to do, because Oxley Road needs fixing, Ipswich Road needs fixing, and I'm sure every other councillor in this place has got concerns about road issues. But instead, Councillor Murphy is publicly saying he is not responsible for the Metro, and then coming into the chamber and talking all about the Metro. The meeting's local laws do not allow him to do so. They are in black and white. The Chair of Council has a duty and an obligation to enforce the rules of procedure and has failed to do so. Her behaviour in allowing Councillor Murphy to talk on issues that he acknowledges himself are outside his portfolio responsibilities are wrong. It is unsuitable meeting conduct, as it does not comply with the Councillor Code of Conduct. Now, Councillor Murphy, if he wants to be responsible for the Metro again, he should take that up with the Lord Mayor, who clearly demoted him into the infrastructure portfolio. But that does not mean he can come in here and talk about the Metro when he publicly says he knows nothing about it and he is not responsible for it.
Further speaker on the motion? Councillor Griffith.
Yeah, absolutely. I support Councillor Johnston with this. We're seeing week in and week out that the LNP chairperson is not being fair. Councillor Sandy Landers doesn't go by the rules, nor does she seek to follow the rules. She, in fact, is quite biased with her ruling. So much so that on that side of the chamber, she can't hear what people say. On that side of the chamber, she can't see what those people do. And on this side of the chamber, everything seems to be magnified. This has been going on. This is one of the worst chairs that I've seen in this council chamber in my 23 years here. One of the most biased chairs I've seen in this chamber, who takes instructions from this side of the chamber while she's up there chairing. This is wrong. Councillor Johnston has got this right. This is the way this LNP administration are running the show. They're just using their might and their majority to push things through, push people over and not listen. And Councillor Murphy's just playing game. It's all just a joke to him. It's all one big game. He's not interested in building better roads for Brisbane. He's not interested in the residents of Brisbane. He's not interested in listening to the residents of Brisbane. He's used to mocking them. The number of people he mocks on radio who complain about the bus service is unreal. The number of people he mocks in this space is unacceptable. And yet we have a chairperson who is constantly ignoring that. And what we'll see here, yet again, after this, I predict, is the vast LNP majority, the 19 of them, will vote to say this is, no, the chair's doing a great job. And Councillor Johnston's got it wrong. And Councillor Murphy's doing a great job. He's right, because they're so biased. They've been in power so long, in fact, many people say too long, so long that the freight train is coming, Councillor Murphy. It's coming for you and your little gang of LNP people, because you are not delivering for the residents of Brisbane. This is an appalling way to run a meeting. This is an appalling way by the chairperson to run a meeting. This is an appalling way to be using our question time. This is really wrong. The residents of Brisbane need to see the pathetic way this Lord Mayor and these LNP councils are failing Brisbane.
Further speaker? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak in support of Councillor Johnston's motion, because we know week in and week out there is an abuse of power that does occur through this in the use of the meeting's local law and how it is used on councillors from different sides of the chamber. We see this week in and week out when we talk about whether some councillors on the opposition side get warnings or immediately get noted in the book. We see that week in and week out. This is purposely targeted to opposition's councillors. It's purposely targeted to silence opposition councillors. And we see that week out. We see the way that a fair chair is supposed to chair not happening. And so what I find the most interesting about this is the fact that the meetings law are very clear. Very, very clear about what can be spoken upon. I again second that I would love more information about roads. I would love more information about the roads we're fixing. I'd love more information about the roads that we're upgrading, and I'd love more information on the bikeways and the pedestrian crossings that we'd be supporting. But we don't get that. Instead, we get a glossy say on the metro, because the metro is something the LNP have undeniably drop the ball on. The meeting laws are clear. This is unsuitable meetings behaviour. I support, the Greens support, Councillor Johnston's motion.
Further speaker? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I rise to defend the Chair's conduct here. As a participant in question time, I want to just be really clear. I was not answering a question about the Brisbane Metro. I was answering a question about Brisbane's road network in the context of Brisbane Metro being delivered. And if I hadn't been so repeatedly interjected on and interrupted, councillors would have heard that I was about to get to that very point. And let those opposition councillors who don't do the occasional preamble in their questions that they ask of chairs or the Lord Mayor, or indeed Councillor Cassidy when he does his E&C and he goes around the world and the chair doesn't interrupt him and lets him have his spray, even though that's not within the rules. There is a lot of latitude that the chair allows those opposite to get away with, and I was being relevant. I was absolutely sticking to the rules, and when we get back to question time, which now Councillor Johnston and her friends have wasted over 10 minutes of, which is their question time, by the way, and you can see not all Labor councillors actually support Councillor Griffiths and the Greens in what they are doing here and taking away from the opposition's question time. We can actually get back to the things that Brisbane residents care about, which is democracy and questions being asked of the administration here, not this issue over infrastructure or metro or the grubby personal attacks that Councillor Griffiths likes to undertake on me. You had one councillor there saying that it's not my job to be the Metro Chair again. You had another councillor attacking me as if I was still the Metro Chair. So, I mean, I don't know what I've done to them, Madam Chair, but let's just drop the personal attacks. Let's get back to question time and let's have some democracy.
Councillor Murphy, yes.
Claiming to be misrepresented.
Noted.
And Deputy Chair, I move that this motion be put. Let's get on with it.
Seconded.
Okay, before I put that to the vote, I'll have Councillor Griffiths' misrepresentation.
Yeah, and I think you get a chance to reply. I'd just like to pull Councillor Murphy up through you. The attack wasn't grubby, it was honest.
Now I put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Oh, sorry, the motion to be put. Yeah, for the motion to be put. So those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Johnston, you have right of reply.
Firstly, I just want to state again what the meeting's local law actually says. Section 33, Section 1B. Anybody can look it up. It's publicly available. It says, during the part of the meeting set aside for question time, questions may be put to a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of Council's committees relating to matters within their jurisdiction. Now, under the Councillor Code of Conduct and the rules that govern how councillors behave, the Chair of Council, Councillor Sandy Landers, has a positive obligation to respect, enforce and uphold that rule and other rules in this chamber. Yes. Now, when questioned about this, Councillor Sandy Landers just ignored and said it's not a point of order. Yes. It was a point of order. It's a valid point of order, and yet she has allowed Councillor Murphy to spend, I reckon, a good third or more of his response to the question talking about the Metro, which is not, as he has publicly stated today, within his portfolio. Now, I completely agree with Councillor Massey and Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Landers is, I think, probably the most biased chair that I've seen. Certainly not the worst. There have been others that are worse for different reasons. But it is not acceptable that a statutory office holder is dishonestly carrying out their responsibilities dishonestly and deliberately failing to carry out their responsibilities that are set down in the meeting's local law because she is protecting her LNP colleagues. And don't be mistaken, that is what was happening today. The Public and Active Transport Chair is not here, but they want to talk about the Metro. Because Councillor Andrew Wines is not here, they've put that question to Councillor Murphy, and they just think they can get away with it. Well, Councillor Landers has a positive obligation to act fairly, honestly, and to enforce and uphold the rules of procedure. That rule is very clear. Councillor Murphy has no authority to talk about things that are outside of his portfolio responsibilities in question time. He has that opportunity to do so in his own speech on his committee. Councillor Landers did not even suggest that, which she often does to other councillors. It is clearly a biased decision by Councillor Landers. It does not reflect the meeting's local law, and as a result, Councillor Landers has engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct simply by protecting her LNP mates rather than upholding the rules of procedure.
I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 17 against.
The motion is lost. Can someone advise the Chair to come back to the chamber? Madam Chair, there is no unsuitable meeting conduct has been found. Please return to the Chair.
Councillor Murphy, I believe you've got about 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I was getting to was what Brisbane Metro did for the road network. So what did it do? It took countless cars off the road and it reduced traffic congestion. Now, this is something that we always suspected would happen, but now we have a study that confirms it. The TomTom Traffic Index is built from anonymised GPS data and real driving speeds recorded across trillions of kilometres around the world. This respected worldwide study shows that Brisbane was the only major Australian city to report a reduction in traffic congestion in 2025. In fact, Madam Chair, the average congestion level decreased by a full percentage point, which was an incredible achievement. This is the same time as our city's population continues to grow. The report also illustrated that peak hour road speed improved by more than 4%. Overall, reduced traffic meant that the average Brisbane resident spent a full 5 hours less in traffic in 2025 than in 2024. 5 hours less. That's 5 more hours at home with the kids or out in the park or with your mates.
One moment, please,
that the Trinity Council delivered.
One moment, Councillor Murphy. Sorry. Councillors, I'm finding it hard to hear Councillor Murphy while you're all chatting quite loudly over there. Can you please be quiet while another councillor is on their feet? Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, during that debate they said, oh, please, please, talk about roads. And I talk about roads and they talk to themselves, Madam Chair. Now, this is the good news for road congestion. So it goes to show you don't even need to be catching Brisbane Metro to be benefiting from it. That is the type of city-shaping project that it has been. Right. Now, Madam Chair, over the break, as we know, Councillor Cassidy was focusing on Roman history. We know this because he spent the last week telling us about how the Lord Mayor was like Nero and not like Caesar. But we know that's a distraction. He wants to do anything possible to make us forget the fact that he has opposed Brisbane Metro for the last 8 years. Because history will not look kindly on Councillor Cassidy's opposition to Brisbane Metro. Now, over the break, I was brushing up on my history too, but Second World War. And there's this great documentary about Japanese soldiers left behind on the islands after the war ends in 1945. And
point of order.
They're called holdouts, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Cassidy, your point of order.
On relevance? Japanese soldiers in World War II.
Thank you, Councillor. Not to debate.
I do remember what Councillor Parry's question was.
Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Well, we know Councillor Cassidy loves an allegory, and I'm making an allegory. And the Japanese soldiers holed up in those islands, in the mountains, they thought that the war was still on. They thought that they were still at war. And so they were up there holding out, sometimes for decades after the war had ended. And just like those Japanese soldiers, Councillor Cassidy comes in here week in, week out to fight against the Metro.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
But it's over.
Thank you, Councillor. One moment. Councillor Murphy. Thank you. Councillor Cassidy. Well, I'm actually speaking and you are at the same time, which is inappropriate. Thank you. I have a point of order first, Councillor Collier. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, Councillor Murphy is making a mockery of you, of this place, of the meeting's local laws. He is not, one, answering the question. He is not speaking about what is in his portfolio. He is disrespecting every single person in this place by making this a joke. It's not. And I would ask you to take action against Councillor Murphy for breaches of the meeting's local law.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I don't uphold your point of order, and I actually think Councillor Murphy still has a couple of seconds on the clock. Councillor Murphy, do you require that time or not? Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, what they used to do was they used to get the old commander to come in and convince the soldiers to surrender. So I'm going to see if I can get Wayne Swan or Jim Sawley to come in and convince Councillor Cassidy that the battle is over.
Councillor, I've turned his mic off. Thank you. Councillor Murphy, I ask you to stop. Chair. One moment. Point of order, Chair. Excuse me. Councillor Cassidy, please resume your seat. Resume your seat.
That's what you just said.
Resume your seat, please, and calm down. Councillor Murphy, I'd ask you to stop speaking. As soon as I say stop speaking, I expect you to also turn your mic off, which is why I turned your mic off, and resume your seat. Please do so. Councillor Cassidy, do you have a point of order?
It was on relevance. How on earth can the chair of the Infrastructure Committee not spend 5 minutes talking about roads and congestion? He ran out of puff at the 4-minute mark, even despite spending 2 minutes on metro buses. So just on relevance, could you bring him back to the question?
Councillor, he's had a lot of interruptions and I ask councillors to stay relevant to the question, but also to please stop calling out. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Brisbane has overtaken Sydney in house prices. On ABC Radio last week, you said, and I quote, "No one can seem to agree on what the definition of affordable housing is. The federal government has one, the state government has one. So I ask you this, Lord Mayor, as Brisbane's Lord Mayor, what is your definition of affordable housing?"
Lord Mayor.
Oh, that is a great question, Councillor Collier. My definition of affordable housing is plentiful supply. It is supply is the only thing that is going to make housing more affordable. And we've been saying that week in, week out. We've been saying that consistently. We haven't changed our position. And for most of the time that Labor has been in opposition, they have done nothing but oppose development. They've done nothing but oppose the construction of new housing. And now suddenly they've had a conversion on the road to Damascus, and they're trying to convince people that they're suddenly in favour of more housing supply. And, you know, it's better late than never. A conversion is a conversion. But let's see.
I'm sorry, Lord Mayor. Question time has expired, so I'll ask you to resume your seat. We'll now move to the Establishment and Coordination Committee. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 2nd of February 2026.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 2nd of February 2026 be adopted.
Seconded. Has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 2nd of February 2026 be adopted.
Point of
Lord
order.
Mayor. One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could I ask that item A and B be taken seriatim for debate and C and D? So it would be A and B together and C and D together for debate.
Thank you. So, Lord Mayor, item A and B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of what is a relevant topic for everyone, unless someone wants to shut me down for not being relevant, housing. And so, as I was saying before, this is such an important issue, but one that we've been really consistent on for a long time. One that the opposition has never been consistent on. The only other party that's been consistent is the Greens. They've been very consistent in opposing everything that ever happens. They oppose. I am yet to see a single private development that they have ever supported. And in fact, every time someone goes to build new homes, the Greens say, oh, that should be a park. And we know that people living in parks is the Greens' only housing solution. That is their only plan, to have more parks so that people can live in them. It is disgraceful.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
Hang on. Let me just... I've clarified this before, and I'm going to do it again. You have not spoken.
I asked a question.
Excuse me, Councillor, that's not what it's about. Let's just be clear on this, everybody, all sides of the chamber. It is when you have spoken in this chamber about something and then someone else misquotes you, or you feel that they've misrepresented what you just said in this meeting. Okay? So it is not... You can go to... Thank you. Do not call out while I'm speaking, Councillor Massey, and I caution you. You can go to section 52, and I actually recommend you do, and read it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
One moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor
I just
Massey.
wanted to state that in my question to the Lord Mayor about Montague Road,
No,
I
Councillor.
stated
No.
housing density.
Councillor.
Speaking about housing. On the record.
No, Councillor. Lord Mayor.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to be clear. I wasn't referring to anything that Councillor Massey said in this council chamber today. I was referring to what she has done and what her Greens colleagues have done, which is to oppose housing, which they continue to do. And we know, and they know it as well, that a key part of their political support comes from opposing housing. It's what they actively stir up people to do, and then at the same time complain about a housing shortage. It is sad to see, but it is the reality that we must face, that the only way to try and make housing more affordable is to massively boost supply. And we're trying to do everything within our power to bring on more supply. It also requires the other two levels of government to pull the levers that they have available to them. There are federal government taxation levers that can help. There are state government taxation levers that can help. There are state government parcels of land that can help. There are state government entities that actually develop land and build new houses. So everyone needs to be doing their part. And you can either be part of the solution or part of the problem. We choose to be part of the solution. And so, just the other day, the Labor Premier of South Australia was getting up and saying exactly this. The only way to respond to the housing affordability crisis is to boost supply. He was out there saying it. And he was going to reduce a tax to help boost supply. And good on him. The local LNP government here in Queensland has also reduced some taxes to boost supply. They're trying to bring on land that sat vacant under a Labor government to boost supply. They're trying to pull on the levers that they have to help boost supply. But at the council level, there's not too many weeks where we don't bring something through when it comes to planning changes to help boost supply. And today we have a couple of items on the agenda that relate to two of our major centres, where we're talking about Garden City and we're talking about Chermside. Areas that are well located with facilities and transport, whether it's existing and planned, areas that can accommodate more homes and more people, areas where there's great access to facilities and shops, services, hospitals, schools, and so these are the type of locations that we can help at the local government level in delivering more homes. But it's not just those areas either. We've had previous discussions and amendments proposed for low-medium density. We've had changes proposed to car parking to try and make new home building more affordable. And we'll continue doing more because we know that supply is needed and it's needed urgently. And we also know that the construction sector is under a lot of pressure because while supply is desperately needed and there's a great demand for homes, the cost of building homes has increased dramatically in the last few years. And the cost of materials is part of that, the cost of labour is part of that. And so, more needs to be done to make sure that projects become feasible. And that's another thing that our changes have been trying to work on and pull the levers that we have. I'll talk more about the two items in A and B shortly, but I just wanted to cover another few things just broadly and generally, Madam Chair. First of all, to talk about the lighting up of assets, as I always do. That includes lighting up the Story Bridge, Kangaroo Point Bridge, Victoria Bridge, Radcliffe Place, City Hall, and also the Mount Cootha Tropical Dome as well. They'll all be lit blue and yellow, the colours of Brisbane, for most of this week, because why not? Brisbane's a great place and we should celebrate. And if we don't have other bookings, blue and yellow is the colour. On Friday, our assets will be lit in red, pink and blue to celebrate BrisAsia, which we've heard about through Anthony's presentation today and which we're all looking forward to. Saturday is Valentine's Day, but also Sweethearts Day. And a reminder that of the struggles of those living with congenital heart defects and diseases. We're lighting up the assets in red in recognition of them. Finally, on Sunday, our assets will be lit in blue to support International Angelman Day, a global awareness initiative to raise awareness and support for people living with Angelman syndrome, a rare genetic neurodevelopment condition. Last week, I did a short visit to Sydney and I wanted to provide an update on that visit. I personally delivered on behalf of the city the more than 1,000 messages of condolence from Brisbane residents to the leader of the Jewish community at the Bondi Pavilion. I was accompanied by Jason Steinberg, obviously the leader of the Jewish community here in Queensland, and he connected me with his counterpart in Sydney or in New South Wales. And they did really appreciate the show of support from Brisbane and Brisbane residents. And I want to thank all of the residents who took the time to sign the condolence book that was in the foyer of City Hall, and all of those councillors who signed it as well. Thank you. That was an important symbolic gesture of support at a time when the Jewish community and the Sydney community is hurting. And it goes well beyond the Jewish community in Sydney. Sydney is hurting. Australia is hurting from what happened. And to walk on the soil where that bloodshed occurred, I can't describe how it made me feel, but it's, you know, that sort of thing should never have happened in Australia, and we just must do everything we can to make sure it doesn't ever happen again. As part of the visit to Sydney, I visited the New South Wales Transport Management Centre. This was a purpose-built centre that was developed for the Sydney 2000 Olympics. And so it was their way of integrating the management of the entire road and transport network. It was obviously state-of-the-art in 2000, but they've actually continually upgraded it. And it remains state-of-the-art today, and a really great benchmark in how an Olympic city manages their transport network. And so there are a lot of learnings from that. And a lot of them aren't particularly sexy, but they make a difference on the ground. The way in which the different agencies work together, the way in which accidents are cleared in Sydney is very different to other states. And this is one of the points they really made. So in most other states, including Queensland, for an accident, people are often waiting for the police to arrive, and then the police come through. They've obviously got to take details, and that process can take some time. And meanwhile, traffic is banking up all around, and the network sort of goes into extra congestion because of that delay. In Sydney, they have, or in New South Wales generally, they have a network of authorised officers who often are former police officers, and they have the power to go under flashing lights and clear an accident scene immediately without the police being required. And so for some very serious accidents, the police are still required, but for most day-to-day accidents, the police don't need to attend. They can be dealt with really quickly and efficiently, and they can move on accidents really quickly, much quicker than in Queensland, much quicker than in other states. And that practical change, by creating a new series of authorised officers that are empowered to get traffic moving, does amazing things in Sydney each and every day. And it's something that I think we should learn from here in Brisbane, and something that I'll be talking to the state government and the Minister for Transport about, because, you know, there's a lot of things where we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. You know, Sydney did a great job in hosting the Olympics. We can learn from them and how they manage their network. And, you know, it's a network in Sydney that has more than 5 million people using it every day. So they've got a big, complicated network.
Lord Mayor, your time
Move
has
for an
expired.
extension, Madam Chair.
It's been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
They have a big, complicated network, but they manage it really well in terms of interagency cooperation, clearing accidents, planning for special and major events. And so we look forward to keeping in touch with the Transport for New South Wales team and sharing those learnings, and like I said, see what we can do here in partnership with the state government to gear up for the world's biggest event. There are a whole range of other learnings, but in terms of traffic management, and some great technology they're using as well, but we'll keep working with them to see what applies to Brisbane. We also met with the owners of the old Myer Centre, now known as Uptown, to talk to them about their plans for Uptown, how they're going to revitalise that centre, bring new tenants in, and help, obviously, bring people back into that important part of the mall. And so they're very serious about their plans to activate or reactivate the centre. And they showed some plans, well, they showed the outcome of what they'd done in one of their centres in Sydney to us, and obviously a very experienced shopping centre owner. And from what they advised, I'm confident that we'll get a good outcome in Uptown. And I think that's something that everyone will want to see happen. But they've done a fantastic job with a number of their other centres, including at Chatswood Chase. I also had a meeting with Harry Triggerboff, the owner of Meriton, to discuss further investment in Queensland and Brisbane. And obviously he's got a project underway at the moment just down near the Royal on the Park and the Botanic Gardens. So in between Walter's Steakhouse and the Royal on the Park, that site there, that's going to be another Meriton building. It's under construction as we speak. And that will bring on more supply, but also more hotel-style accommodation or apartments that are available for short-term use as well. And so we encourage further investment in Queensland, and he was very aware that it's an attractive place to invest, and there's good opportunities and good demand as well. He also talked about the difficulties that, and I won't mention any names, that he had building things in other cities in Australia, and that Brisbane is a council that is known around Australia for supporting new housing supply. And so that was a good thing to hear. I was joined down in Sydney by the Brisbane Economic Development Agency, Anthony Ryan, also the chair of the board, Paul Spiro, and Dr John Cowie, who gave a State of the City presentation to the Sydney audience, attracting investment into our city, and that was very well received. And there was a continual theme coming up in the room that everyone was interested in investing more in Brisbane and investing more in Queensland. They see the opportunities. They know that even beyond the Olympics, there's great opportunities in Brisbane and in Queensland to invest. And whether it's housing supply or whether it's other kinds of businesses that want to bring their operations to Brisbane, there was a great deal of interest. And, you know, we had a presentation, for example, about a new state-of-the-art steel mill that's being proposed in Pinkenba. And, you know, some people say that manufacturing is dead in Australia. It is not. And there's exciting opportunities for us to be manufacturing steel in Brisbane, near the Port of Brisbane at Pinkenba. We also had support from a range of other investors in Brisbane who were just, it was just wonderful to see them talking up Brisbane in Sydney, and, you know, the Sydney audience being really receptive to that message and being really interested in investing in Brisbane. There was also a function that was put on by the Australia-Israel Chamber of Commerce along similar lines, and that was also about attracting investment into Brisbane and Queensland. And so it was a short visit, but a productive visit. And, you know, there's a real vibe about Brisbane, and it's being felt well beyond Brisbane. It's being felt in Sydney, it's being felt in Melbourne, it's being felt internationally as well. And that Sydney visit really rammed that home, that Brisbane is an exciting place to be for the future. Item A is the Upper Maracravat Precinct Plan. This is the area around the Garden City Westfield Shopping Centre. Now, there's been a certain amount of growth that's happened there over the years, but this is about seeing what more we can do to bring on housing supply in a well-located area. Obviously, it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, the Metro services this precinct, and so it has great public transport access, and people know that they can go in both directions on high-frequency public transport, and not only can they go on both directions on high-frequency public transport, that they're on a world-class busway as well, and so they're not getting stuck in general traffic. It's got great access through to the city, through to the universities, through to the hospitals, and also down through towards Logan City as well. And so from a transport point of view, really well located. From a facilities and infrastructure and services point of view, really well located with a major centre and a lot of commercial activity around there. So people can access the services that they need in this precinct. And so this is about effectively going out to the community and saying, we think there can be more houses accommodated around Garden City. and going through that process to hopefully make that a reality. The same thing as that we want to do with item B, which is the Chermside precinct plan. Now, Chermside is it's in a similar situation to Garden City with one major difference. It's an opportunity for a future expansion of Brisbane Metro, and it's an opportunity to link in with some of the infrastructure that has been at least partially built by the state government, which is the transit way that sort of goes a certain amount of distance and then stops. But obviously we want to see continued up Gympie Road and through that corridor. And so, like Garden City, it's an ideal place for more homes to be accommodated, and we're starting the process now, talking to the community about more homes being accommodated in the precinct. But also this gives further impetus to our ongoing push to get the transitway extended up Gympie Road and to get the opportunity for Brisbane Metro to be delivered to the north side as well. And so these two work together. We've seen the success of the first stage of Metro. We know it will be successful in future stages, and this plan links in with that opportunity for better public transport. Now, obviously, there's still a high frequency of public transport that already exists along the Gympie Road corridor, but we know it can be even better, and that's what we'll be working towards. I think I'll leave it at that. We've got the other items separately, don't we?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor
Can I
Cassidy.
just rise on a point of order before I contribute to the debate, Chair? Just raising an issue, Chair, which you have sole control over, public participants at council meetings. We've heard today Councillor Griffiths has 3 residents, and you say you've issued an answer to him about that. I have an email from a resident from Holland Park who has applied to you to address the council chamber, and you have referred it to Councillor Toomey to determine whether that resident can address the council chamber or not. And Councillor Toomey has in fact said to that resident he doesn't believe she should address the council chamber. He wants to keep it behind closed doors. So can you just update us on what the actual proper process is for people who are applying to speak to council, and why you are referring this off to acting chairs of committees?
Thanks, Councillor Cassidy. It is at my discretion on who comes and speaks in the chamber on Brisbane, broad matters. If there's a issue that is very succinct to a particular area, I think it is going to be more productive, and that person will have greater time if they discuss that with the appropriate chair or their local councillor. And I believe, thank you, Councillor Toomey has offered to spend time with them to discuss their issues, and I think that's actually a more productive use of their time. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So just to wrap that up, we'll enter the debate now, but you are restricting a person's rights to address the council chamber. I understand that.
To item A and B, please, Councillor Cassidy.
Quite the litany.
Just
quite the litany.
One
really.
moment, thank you. Councillor Cassidy, item A and B. Councillor Griffiths. Councillor.
So the Lord Mayor started speaking about Clause A and B before us today, which are major changes to Brisbane City Plan, really, when you look at what is the sum total of this LNP regime's approach to the housing crisis. Started speaking about them at 2:12 p.m. and he wrapped up speaking about them at 2:15 p.m.
3 minutes.
So the ENC meeting that discussed these items, Chair, I think went for 20 minutes or maybe 25 minutes. It was a catered meeting, of course. And then the Lord Mayor comes in here today to introduce these major reforms, which he says, and he said it again today, are his silver bullet to the housing crisis. In response to a question Councillor Collier asked, the Lord Mayor says the only answer he has is supply. And he could muster up just 3 minutes to speak about these major changes. I suspect by the time the debate's done on this, the Lord Mayor will have fled the council chamber and won't, like he does every week, and won't be able to wrap the debate up. listen to and respond to things that councillors raise, important issues that councillors raise in this debate before us today. So that's what we're dealing with as councillors who represent geographic areas in Brisbane and Brisbane at large here collectively. We've got a Lord Mayor that spends 3 minutes on the housing crisis in a council meeting. Well, yeah, he just detailed, and he took a lot longer than 3 minutes in introducing this. He just detailed how he flew to another city to meet with billionaires, millionaires, property developers. So we understand the trip to Sydney and importantly visiting Bondi and passing on those messages of condolence, which is very important. But that can't have been the whole week. He must have spent some time in Brisbane, never mentioned residents once, did he? No. Residents and ratepayers and renters, didn't talk about them whatsoever. But we will. We'll spend the council meeting talking about them. In Clause A is the Upper Mount Gravatt Precinct Plan, which is obviously separate to the other Upper Mount Gravatt plan we've been discussing in this place here. This is the initial stage going for state approval, then on to public consultation. It is quite telling of the order of this process, though. This location before us today that we're discussing is, according to Lord Mayor, Garden City, which I think most people would be familiar with if you use that term as opposed to the more modern term for that shopping centre. This location, and largely speaking almost the exact map boundary that we're discussing today, first appeared in a map of Brisbane with locations identified on it that was sent by the LNP to the Courier Mail back on the 30th of August 2023. It almost, if you sort of get a magnifying glass, it was a very small section of that map, but it almost exactly mirrors the geographic area we've got before us today. It was one of 6 key locations that were identified by the Lord Mayor as key to delivering housing supply. 2.5 years have passed since the Lord Mayor first identified this location as essential and key to delivering housing supply. So I wonder what the delay was all about. Despite the Lord Mayor saying this location was key, he then, in that time, when we think about all the things that he's talked about ad nauseum over the last 2.5 years, one of them has been talking about putting a toll on the Story Bridge, of course, rolling out flying taxis in Brisbane, the business class trips to Dubai and Singapore and Zurich. Didn't get to work on delivering this aspect, which he previously identified was a key aspect of his housing plan. And the Lord Mayor has the gall to come into here and lecture us about apparently blocking him on acting on the housing crisis. If he's looking for a boogeyman, all he needs to do is pick up a mirror. That's what he needs to do. He doesn't need to sort of shop around the council chamber. Why did he wait so long to have a conversation with the community about the ability to deliver more housing here? A key question. And why doesn't that conversation that council has with the community centre around housing as a human right? And why won't the Lord Mayor include this conversation, the topic of transport and community services? More than just saying we're doing this because there is a busway station. That's what he said today. There's a highway and a busway station. That's what it is, one busway station. Now, it's high frequency. It goes on a closed busway network. So if you need to get in and out of the city, it's a great service. It's a great Labor legacy, Brisbane's busways. So, of course, that's one element. But where in this conversation is future-proofing these communities as they grow? It almost seems like these plans are a bit performative here, making it seem like the LNP are doing something. The other advantage, of course, in this plan before us today is all banked by developers and landholders. But what about the ordinary people? $2 million units don't really help them, and $900 a week rent doesn't help them either. But I'm sure the conversation the Lord Mayor had with someone who's worth $30 billion and makes a lot of money out of property development was very informative. I'm sure it was very informative. What we do need is affordable housing. I was pretty shocked that the Lord Mayor couldn't, after that interview he did last week, at least have some idea of a definition or a broad understanding of what is the real-life human impact of the housing crisis, and for a family, what the cost of housing means to them. That's what housing affordability is all about. The Lord Mayor made out in that radio interview like there were these competing claims that were the opposite of each other. In fact, they're not. One of the definitions talks about supply, one talks about demand. But they're not in competition with each other, they're just measured differently at the federal government level and the state government level. But what is the Lord Mayor's definition of affordable housing here in Brisbane? Again, we heard the only definition he has is supply, but he can't really even define what that looks like, and it took him 2.5 years after announcing this area to actually bring it to the council chamber for another year-long process, essentially. So when we talk about what that community looks like as it grows, what community facilities it has other than Westfield Shopping Centre and a busway station, residents in Mount Gravatt who must drive and have to drive are already experiencing daily congestion chaos that goes in and out of the city, in fact now facing 4 different peak hours of congestion now. Here in Brisbane. And any regular users of buses, particularly ones that don't exclusively use the busway, know that buses are not immune to this congestion and delays either. And we know that 2/3 of all commuters across Brisbane go from suburb to suburb, yet the planning and the public transport policies of the Lord Mayor and his LNP regime have been explicitly focused on the 1/3 of commuters going in and out of the city, at the exclusion of, and as we have seen through the bus network review, at the explicit exclusion of people who use suburban bus routes. So the movements of Brisbane residents are far more complex, and we can't just say that the only reason that you would increase housing density somewhere is because there is a shopping centre and a busway station. That is a failure to understand what gives us congestion today in a modern city. We know more people are working from home, and that means less cars on the road, and there is different congestion at different times. We understand that. And the State Treasurer, David Janetsky, also refutes the points that the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy made today. You should go check his video out. I saw that this morning, where he says it's 50-cent fares. Other reason we've seen the increase in public transport patronage. He was sitting on a city cat when he was holding that 50-cent coin. He didn't mention the metro buses, strangely. I guess their talking points are a bit off. I know the Lord Mayor and the Treasurer do not talk. They're not friendly, hence the stiff deal we're getting here in Brisbane in terms of state funding. I get that, but anyway, the Lord Mayor's been in this place for more than 20 years now, and if he hasn't been able to come up with plans and manage growth and plan for infrastructure alongside housing growth, with all the experience he's had in here, we're in serious trouble. This plan's in its very early stages. We support the community having a say and there being community consultation, and we'll be out in the community talking to them about these plans before us today. And we'll be doing that in Chermside as well, which brings me to Clause B. Chermside is listed as a place that is strategically important for suburban renewal.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension. Seconded.
It has been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thank you. So Chermside is strategically important for suburban renewal as a designated principal regional activity centre under Shaping SEQ Queensland's regional plan, with major employment opportunities, strong institutional anchors and, here we go, proposed extensions to Brisbane Metro in the Northern Corridor. Come back to that in a second. So the 7th Brigade Park, Marchant Park, Prince Charles Hospital and existing and planned public transport networks, as we read in there, as the sort of caveat. It's a slightly weaker argument, isn't it, when you make the one at Mount Gravatt or Upper Mount Gravatt and say it is because metro services are running that you can build all this housing. Well, in Chermside, the argument is you can build all this extra housing because maybe in the future the state government might fund a metro extension. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Fingers crossed. So I guess the first question people ask, and this goes for Upper Mount Gravatt as well as Chermside here, what are the building heights going to be? In the Chermside neighbourhood plan in this precinct, they're up to 12 stories already. and there's no details on exact changes, although, as we heard from Councillor Allen this morning, neighbourhood plans, not only does Council no longer engage in doing neighbourhood plans, obviously we have precinct plans, he believes neighbourhood plans aren't worth the paper they're written on, and the state should have carte blanche access to override the planning scheme whenever they want. That's certainly a different tune to the LNP Council of 5 years ago. So in terms of delivering housing around some existing infrastructure, as the Lord Mayor said, the previous Labor government built the transitway along Gympie Road to a point. He then says he would like and he hopes that the LNP state government will extend that, and the metro can't be delivered without that, obviously. Talks about, you know, these hopes, but doesn't talk about any firm commitments that the state government has given him about that. So that's a critical point in here, in this Chermside precinct plan. I note the local councillor, Councillor Parry, made a point at the opening day of the social and affordable housing project, the Kerwin, which is 92 units were delivered by BHC in partnership with the previous state Labor government and the federal Labor government and Australian Retirement Trust, a great arrangement, a great Labor legacy, a superannuation funds investing in affordable housing, federal Labor government and state Labor government. Councillor Parry went and cut the ribbon on that project with Sam O'Connor and made a point in the opening day that she grew up in public housing. I'm under little doubt that it would have been a Labor government that built that public housing as well. But it's just unfortunate that the local council there wants to pull up the drawbridge for everybody else. And I'm sure, you know, Councillor Parry's boss will tell her how, Councillor Murphy, of course, will tell her how to fight against social and affordable housing, as he did in Wakeley. But they always turn up for the photo op. They might campaign against these things and criticise these things and be fundamentally opposed to them ideologically, but love to turn up and cut the ribbon on those projects. So on the reason that, according to the LNP, this area can take significant more density, the metro, we of course know that you can have further density when the transport network can support it. Gympie Road has got to be one of the worst roads, not just in Brisbane, but maybe Australia, in terms of its congestion and its function. The Lord Mayor spruiked a tunnel underneath it, of course, an idea that was proposed by the former state Labor government. Yeah, that's right. They got all that free advertising, from the Lord Mayor saying that he was delivering a tunnel under Gympie Road. And he also promised that northern metro line, and he said at the last election that the northern metro extension would go all the way to Castledine. There would be the depot built at Telegraph Road in your ward, Chair. And he said he didn't need a business case for it. He was just going to get on with it and do those elements. I guess fast-track that northern metro expansion. Fast-tracked, yeah. Oh, what do they call it? Rapid. He was rapidly getting on with building it. It's rapidly disappearing. All hope for that. So who knows if we're going to see any more of this. And as Councillor Allen, in question time, the Lord Mayor, we heard say that one of the reasons this was chosen because that proposed metro expansion might come off. We also now know that because of the delays on that business case, which is delaying the delivery of that infrastructure, none of that will be able to be delivered before the Olympics. It's simply impossible in the construction climate we have here in South East Queensland at the moment. So here, the conversation we're going to have with this community, it's really important that Council does, is not just say because all this public transport infrastructure is coming and you can cope with all this extra density here, there needs to be a caveat about that may not, construction on that may not start for 10 years. And it may never happen if we don't get a funding agreement out of the Crisafulli government in the short term to start that process once the business case is complete. On existing public transport, and the 330 is a route that uses Gympie Road and eventually gets onto the transitway, there's been concerns raised by residents as well, and this is some of the feedback from them. There's quotes from residents and people who use the 330. I thought the schedule would be improved with more frequent services. It's not all the buses come to the same stop within minutes of each other, so it's not, all of the buses come to my stop within minutes of each other, and there is a huge delay until the next round of buses all show up. More services need to be added. And another one, and I quote, "I have to leave home earlier every day now because the buses are far more irregular. Instead of a bus coming approximately every 15 minutes as they did before, now 2 buses arrive within a minute of each other every 30 minutes. So that's the public transport, the rapid, frequent. What did the Lord Mayor say? The affordable? It is affordable. Then the other 3 are rapid, frequent, reliable. Oh, no, he didn't say rapid, he said accessible too. So he's not getting it right on reliable or frequent when people's real-life experiences are happening right here at Chermside. So in terms of affordable housing, something the Lord Mayor can't define, clearly this is an area where affordable and social homes are not just needed, and both government and the community housing sector identify this, but work. They can be delivered here with support from all levels of government. It's interesting that Chermside here is named, as I said before, right on the coattails of the Kerwin development being delivered, where the Lord Mayor and his colleagues at a state level refuse to engage in advocating for affordable housing, including targets or any advocacy at all. And interestingly, the Lord Mayor mentioned the Premier of South Australia talking about increasing supply. That's a state that maintains affordable housing targets, unlike his colleague here in Queensland who has scrapped all those targets. The difference is one is Labor and one is LNP. And that's all you need to know when it comes to the supply of affordable housing. So that project, as I said, the Kerwin project, is a great example of where all levels of government, where the industry and institutional investors work together. Why wouldn't you, in the context of setting up a precinct where there's been clear and identified need, as there is everywhere in Brisbane, but particularly here, demonstrated need and an ability to deliver this product, why wouldn't you include targets, aspirational targets, for the delivery of more affordable housing into this precinct? Why wouldn't you do it? I mean, the federal government still has funding on the table. We still have institutional investors like superannuation funds. The state government does still have a funding stream that they're working with community housing providers around. So we have a great example already occurring in Chermside. Why wouldn't you want to build on that? I don't understand why council under the LNP, well, I do, it's a bit of a rhetorical remark, but you don't understand why they don't want to pull every lever that they have at their disposal and include aspirational targets for affordable housing in new developments. As we have said and continue to say, that housing near shops and services, parks and genuinely high-frequency public transport should be encouraged and supported, but it shouldn't be reserved for those that can only afford, for only those that can afford multi-million-dollar units. So therefore, Chair, I have an amendment I'd like to move. I move. Shouldn't be a surprise, Councillor Howard. I move, in Clause A, Attachment A, Draft Resolution, within then Council, in parentheses, under point 2, add a third point, and in Clause B, Attachment A, Draft Resolution, within then Council, in parentheses, under point 2, add a third point, both stating, ensures this precinct plan seeks long-term community benefits by including affordable housing with definitive targets within the plan, and encourages the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models in the precinct.
Seconded.
I'm just circulating that now.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that the motion be amended in Clause A, Attachment A, within then Council under point 2, 2 and a third point 3, and in Clause B, Attachment A,
draft resolution within then Council under point 2 to add a third point 3 stating ensures this precinct plan seeks long-term community benefits by including affordable housing with definitive targets within the plan and encourages the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models in the precinct. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Every day we learn how expensive housing is in Brisbane. Just last Sunday we saw Brisbane overtake Sydney on house prices. Ask yourself, is this the direction we want Brisbane to continue to head in? The LNP love to claim they're making Brisbane a place to live, work and relax. That's their slogan, but how can anyone relax in this city when they're worried about choosing between paying the rent or the mortgage on time and putting food on the table? We know how out of step the LNP's priorities are with the people of Brisbane, that much is clear, but what is remarkable is just how spineless they have become in the face of their state government colleagues. Now, I don't know if it's fully sunk in for them yet, but let me spell it out for you and all of the LNP councillors in here today. Those people in the state government don't care about Brisbane. We know this because they've slapped down council on the Story Bridge, on bus funding and, of course, now on the metro expansion. State government MPs come from all sorts of places outside of Brisbane, except for one or two who are on the outer anyway. Why would they care about Brisbane's housing and homelessness crisis? We should make them care about it. Last week, Queensland's Premier in waiting, Jared Blay, announced a sale of contaminated land in Banyo to build residential houses on, which completely blindsided the local community. We assumed it blindsided the local LNP councillor, but he let it slip this morning in the committee meeting that he had been foretold that that announcement was coming, but didn't tell his community. Surely he would have known, as planning chair, and his LNP state colleagues in government would have consulted with council. Mind you, it doesn't matter either way because they believe in the same things. They probably didn't think that needed to be disclosed. Councillor Allen knew this wasn't going to go down easy, and I was amused to read his letter to his old friend Julian Simmons, who now has that plum gig at Economic Development Queensland. But nowhere in that letter, nowhere in the items before us today, and nowhere in any of the public statements you have to drag out of the Lord Mayor is even a definition of affordable housing, let alone even aspirational targets for affordable housing that help us to make a stand, that helps all of us to demand that the state government puts more money, more resources and more effort into this space. We know there are feasibility challenges right now in constructing new homes. Peak industry bodies have told us that housing is being built at the moment, but it's predominantly in two categories: high-end luxury apartments and social and affordable housing projects, which are supported by government and institutional investors. They're the two types of products that are being delivered on the housing market at the moment. So when the Lord Mayor says supply, 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 I don't know if he's aware it's going to be one or the other over the coming years. It's either going to be high-end multi-million-dollar luxury apartments that are delivered entirely by the private sector, or it's going to be social and affordable and community-led housing delivered by the community housing sector. He's cast that aside entirely and thrown his lot in with just private supply. If structural elements of unit developments are not out of the ground by the end of 2027, they will not be built before the Olympics. That's what the industry tells us. So we need coordination and collaboration. We need the federal government to have its pipeline of funding, both to the state government here in Queensland and also community housing providers, and an activist council to be out there beating the drum on this stuff. But the LNP seem to be stuck in the debate and unable to move. They're arguing against including aspirational targets of whether housing affordability should be in a precinct or not, when the conversation we need to be having right now is how we are ensuring it is being built. We know that social housing, community housing and private housing needs to be delivered in communities right across the state, and particularly here as we're growing in Brisbane. We saw those 92 units delivered in the last couple of weeks in Chermside, a great thing. It's such a good thing, in fact, the LNP are trying to take credit for it. But why wouldn't you set a target in all of these precincts where we would say we would like to see more of those projects delivered, and send a strong message to other levels of government that here in Brisbane we are actually fighting to address this issue? We don't just want to see luxury apartments built, we want to see a roof over everybody's head, because housing should be a human right.
Your time has expired. Are there any speakers to the amendment? Any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak briefly on this amendment, acknowledging that this is tinkering around the edges, but we are supportive of it. And when I say it's tinkering around the edges, we never hear from either side of this chamber, apart from the Greens, social housing from council and the push for it, a rent freeze, a vacancy levy that includes land banking and inclusionary zoning as a part of our city plan. For too long in this council, we have had both sides of the equation talking specifically about housing affordability. And the one thing we know right now is that even term across every ALP and LNP government about what is affordable has been proven time and time and time again as unaffordable. It is enough. People of Brisbane have had enough. We know that nearly 40% of Brisbane residents are in housing stress. Affordability is not a construct, and it is not 30% of what an income is, when, let's just acknowledge, that wages have been sticky in relation to inflation. And while we will support this, it is not as ambitious enough as this council can do. Remembering that Brisbane City Council has the levers within the city plan, remembering that every single policy that I have talked about has been initiated by a council somewhere in the world. We need more ambition. With that being said, I welcome the additions to this city plan, even though I want to state on the record that it is just tinkering around. Affordability as a definition needs to actually be affordable to the average student, to the worker in health, to the bus driver, to the pensioner that doesn't have a home that they own, to every single resident in Brisbane. And it's important to get that on the record from the Greens.
Further speakers? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I rise to support this amendment. I mean, we hear a lot from the LNP, especially the planning chair, and he keeps saying the word affordable, affordable, affordable. But just saying the word isn't delivering. And you don't really give us any details of what you think affordable is and what you are going to do about that affordability. Yes, you give a few discounts when it comes to builds and things like that. For maybe first-time buyers, they get a bit of a discount. But listen, the affordable is something that you got to have, as the councillor for Wollongabba said, the wages have been pretty lackluster over the last few years, and it really hasn't kept up with rental prices or housing prices. Now, I think Councillor Cassidy told me about a presentation in planning about 21 units that were being built in Peoria Street at Zilmere, I think it was, and those units are supposed to be affordable. Well, do you know there is a unit, not part of that build, but there's a unit at the back of a series of units in Peoria Street, and guess what it's been listed? It's a one-bedroom, got a carport, thank goodness for that, but it's a one-bedroom, and that's it, and it's pretty new. It looks pretty good, actually, on realestate.com, but guess what it's listed for? $1 million. $1 million. it looks good, but I tell you what, it doesn't look that good to me, right? And we're talking about a set of units that are, 14 kilometres away from Brisbane, right? That's a pretty fair distance away. So you would think it would be, cheaper than that, right? But no, and that's what Councillor Adam Allen said is affordable. I mean, he didn't say $1 million, but those units out there, what are they going to be listed for? Well, honestly, there's one in the street, not down far down the road, and what are they going to be? They're probably going to be $1 million, and that's supposedly what he thinks affordable is. Well, if you have a heap of deposit and you get all the help you can, and you maybe can pull together a couple $100,000 out of that $1 million, and you need a mortgage of about $800,000, right? What you're going to be paying in a mortgage at current interest rates is probably about $1,000 a week, and that's before you have to pay for anything else for the house, right? That's just the mortgage, right? Forget, the insurance, the rates, the electricity, and all the other services. This has got to come out of your net wage, right? So honestly, you do need 2 people in order to have anything close to affordable, right? And that's not happening. I mean, honestly, I didn't pick up on the fact that we are now beating Sydney on housing prices now, as far as median prices, no doubt. And the Lord Mayor says about stock, more availability of stock. Well, honestly, and I keep bunging on about Ellen Grove and the fact that we have this big, huge green space out at Ellen Grove, right? Which only a few houses are on top, occupy the land, simply because developers stay away from it because there's no sewage, there's no services. There's town water, and that's basically it, right? So they're staying away from, and we're not working with we're not working with the other utilities to try to build that sewage system through to Wakeall, to try to open up that block of land. And in regards to affordability, well, the Labor state government actually, at Woodvale, which is the acreage part of Forest Lake master plan, right, they acquired about 3 or 4 large properties there, and they're building 300 houses. And I sat down with the developer, or the builder that's building them, builder, and I said, just tell me a bit more about this. And she says, well, we were required to make 10% of those affordable. Now, I don't know how you work all that out, but obviously, and I said, well, what does that mean? I said, how do you work that one out? And obviously, 10% of the builds have to be affordable, or what they think is less in value, well, not less in value, because they're all valuable, but less in cost, right, to the purchaser.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the amendment proposed by the Leader of the Opposition. And I note that he has been consistent over many months and some years even in trying to get more affordable and social housing into Brisbane's planning scheme. I support the amendment put forward today. The Lord Mayor's solution, which he outlined in bold simplicity today, is talk to his developer mates about supply. These are billionaire developers who are only interested in commercial profits, and that is the Lord Mayor's focus, on talking with billionaires about more million-dollar apartments that shut out young people, older people, or people on modest means from home affordability in this state. We have seen housing prices in Queensland and Brisbane rocket over the last few years, and to many people, even a basic unit is $700,000, $800,000 or $1 million. That is, it's very hard to find things for less than that. Unless all levels of government, including Brisbane City Council, step up and take an active role in providing affordable and social housing for people in need, we will never get housing security for Brisbane residents and Queensland residents. The Lord Mayor has been part of an administration for the past 18 years that has simply spruiked supply and got us into the diabolical state that we are in today. This has been their answer the whole time, and you hear it week after week after week from the LNP chairs. This side's opposed to housing and they want more housing. You know, a 2-year-old at kindy can parrot those kind of lines, but unless you have a genuine debate about how to increase home ownership and you put in place practical measures to actually do so, nothing will change. Out my way, the latest monstrosity of a development approved by the Lord Mayor, so the supply the Lord Mayor's talking about, $2 to $4 million is the price guide for a 2-bedroom apartment. $2 to $4 million. If you're a nurse, unaffordable. If you're a nurse or a teacher, like even doctors probably going to struggle, but if you're an essential worker or an average person in Brisbane, you cannot afford it. You cannot afford it. And we must, as part of our planning scheme, look at including provisions for affordable housing, which does have a well-known and understood definition, which probably still not going to solve the problem because it's only a small discount on the market price. But it is at least a start. It is another tool in the kit that we should be looking at as a council, instead of the only strategy that this Lord Mayor has, which is having fancy lunches with his billionaire developer mates in Sydney, rather than talking about what needs to happen here in Brisbane. So I fully support us looking at, in key areas where there is good public transport, where there is already the opportunity for more affordable housing styles and some height which should give that to developers when they're planning, to look at including affordable housing requirements in there. So certainly both Mount Gravatt and Chermside are great opportunities, I think, for that kind of thing, and I welcome the amendment put forward by the Leader of the Opposition. I would also note, as I've said many times in here, the Lord Mayor has let our city down and his LNP colleagues. We have the opportunity through the Brisbane Housing Corporation to do more, partnering with them, providing land for them, and the minuscule amount that this Lord Mayor does in this space, and the Planning Chair, Adam Allen, it is appalling. It lets the city down, and we can do more in this space. I would just like to say that I live in a ward that has a lot of public housing, and there are always challenges, but I am so happy to know that my direct neighbours across the road have somewhere to live. They have a roof over their heads, they live in the middle of Sherwood, they have access to shops and public transport. That is a right that every single person in our community should have, and it is our responsibility, together with the state and federal government, to do it. I support this amendment.
Further speakers. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this amendment. As I said last time, I've got feelings of déjà vu on this one. It's something we have discussed in the chamber before. It's an interesting approach because conditioning and laying on conditions on development doesn't make it more feasible or really lead to delivery. We need to recognise that the housing in this city, 96% of it, is actually delivered by the private sector. If you choose to layer on condition after condition to developments, it just doesn't get built. Now, there was much made of, you know, what's happening on the ground. When we bring these precinct plans forward, it's all about providing housing. It's all about providing housing for people at different stages in their life, providing different housing topologies at different price points. Now, what we are seeing here is that through our precinct plans, it doesn't diminish or remove the opportunity of partners or people who are interested in providing social and affordable housing to do just that. Councillor Cassidy referenced the CHP project out at Chermside, I think delivered with Brisbane Housing Corporation, and he made much of the fact that it had been supported by the previous state Labor and federal government. Well, just recently, the Crisafulli government announced a social and affordable housing project also in Chermside with BHC. So affordable housing and social housing is happening. It's happening in conjunction with the community housing provider sector. It's also happening in conjunction with the state government. Further, we are continuing to see projects come through the development services team that are aimed at this part of the market. In fact, there was one that's recently come through in Councillor Cassidy's area. So that's a private market opportunity that's been seized, and they are delivering a product that's going to be in that affordable end of the spectrum. So I really do think that the points they make are very, very selective, and they all ignore a lot of what's actually happening on the ground. Councillor Cassidy said, oh, basically all that's being delivered in Brisbane is high-end luxury units and stuff that's being delivered on the social and public end of the spectrum. It's just not true. You just drive around the suburbs and you will see product being delivered in the mid-market. So it's one thing to get up in the chamber here and say it's not happening, when in fact, when you get out there, it is. Now, interestingly enough, Councillor Cassidy made much of the desire, if you like, to embed formal targets on affordable and social housing, which I've already mentioned, impede the ability to proceed and get developments out of the ground. And just recently, the federal government made an announcement, a big announcement Australia-wide, that they were going to divest Defence Department land. And the Deputy Prime Minister, the Labor Deputy Prime Minister, got up, and I quote, that they will divest land, excess Commonwealth space, and that they will maximise the return from these properties. No mention of affordable or social housing. All they're looking to do is maximise the outcome on these properties. So it's interesting that the Labor Party opposition in council would run the angle they're running on this when their federal colleagues don't even mention it. We do see the opportunity for social and affordable housing around the city. We applaud the CHPs and other parties who are providing that product. We're setting out a planning framework that allows them to deliver these products if they wish, and more importantly, we continue to provide CHPs with infrastructure charge, 100% discount on their infrastructure charges. We provide a 50% discount on their application fees. Any application they bring through to us, we work really, really closely with them to make sure that it gets approved quickly and any risk in the project is minimised. So sort of this notion that we're not supporting affordable housing is quite honestly nonsense. And to that end, we won't be supporting this amendment, and I move that the motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion, that the amendment be now put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, your right of reply.
Thanks very much, Chair. At first I am just still a bit shocked and flabbergasted that the Chair of the City Planning Committee in Council here, who has carriage of all these amendments to City Plan and should have a grasp of what is a condition and not, simply has no idea of what we're debating today. It's pretty straightforward. It's actually in black and white, right there before you. But Councillor Allen seems to be of the understanding that, including in the recommendation before us today, that Council put an aspirational target for affordable housing and also encourages the Queensland Government to provide supportive housing models in the precinct, is a condition on every single DA.
He's not listening.
He either doesn't listen to what's being said, he doesn't read what is before him, or in fact he does understand all of these things, but he doesn't care, and he's trying to find a way to sort of obfuscate and cover these things up.
Shame.
Now, I look forward to debating the Greens amendment after this, because we've copped a lot of criticism from the Greens for moving these amendments. I don't recall the Greens ever moving amendments to these housing plans that come through council. So I do look forward to debating theirs after this. But on inclusionary zoning, we have talked about that, and I've challenged the Lord Mayor on his previous commitment to actually introduce inclusionary zoning here into Brisbane. The Lord Mayor said, and I realise now it was just the sort of flourish that he said when he shot from the hip, that he said he would like to trial inclusionary zoning in Sandgate. And lift the height limits in the neighbourhood plan in certain locations, as long as those extra height limits were for affordable housing, presumably maybe social housing as well. I wrote to the Lord Mayor when he said this and said, let's work together on it. Let's have that conversation with the community about that. Let's bring in community housing providers and Q Shelter into that conversation. Radio silence from the Lord Mayor. I never received a reply from the Lord Mayor at all. Now, to Councillor Allen's point, if he reckons this is just happening left, right and centre in Chermside and there's social and affordable housing popping out of the ground everywhere, according to him, why not include this? Why not include this? Because, well, it doesn't even need to be aspirational. If you're of the understanding, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair, that the state government has all these plans to build social housing everywhere in Chermside, well, let's list the locations that they're looking to do it and actually include that. That could be something that you might look at doing in these areas as well. But the community housing sector is not being supported by council, particularly when it comes to access to land. That was a good point that Councillor Johnston raised. When council has been disposing land, from what I understand, they have approached BHC, and if it hasn't met their immediate needs right now, that land is sold without any other community housing provider approached. And Q Shelter confirmed this for me as well, and they were very keen to get in on that conversation as well in connecting council land disposals for community housing providers who would then be supported with state and federal funding and maybe institutional investors as well. But again, it's radio silence from the LNP because they actually don't care about housing affordability. And you only had to listen to one thing that Councillor Allen said to understand where their thinking is at on housing affordability in Brisbane, where he said there's plenty of product coming in the mid-market. Lots of product for mid-market. Brisbane's median house price is over $1.1 million. So that's what we were saying in our debate, and then Councillor Allen got up and said, no, you're all wrong. There's lots of $1.1 and $1.2 million a unit developments coming out of the ground. Now, I wasn't making up those stats and that information. I've gone and consulted with the industry, with the development industry, with peak bodies. So I didn't catch that. I'll take the injection. What did you say? Oh, sure. Yep. And the UDIA says,
Allen, please don't call out while Councillor Cassidy's on his feet.
Categorically that if the structural elements of unit developments are not out of the ground by the end of 2027, they cannot be delivered before the Olympics. Now, Councillor Allen might call them liars, but I don't. I listen to them and I understand what they are saying. So we need to actually plan around this and work with the industry to deliver genuinely affordable housing targets, and this is how we could do it.
Thank you. I'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 17 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adaman that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber. Thank you. Councillors, any further speakers on clause A and B? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A of the ENC report, and I fully support the ENC report in Upper Margaret Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan. We have just heard from the opposition leader that he fully believes in a government-led proposal, whereas this side of the chamber believes in market-led proposal. That's going to fill the housing shortage that is much needed in Brisbane. And can I say, anyone who wants to buy a house or property to live, work, or study, the first 3 words come to mind always being location, location, location. And can I say, Upper Margaret is the ideal location for suburban renewal. And may I start by going back a bit of history, and I must thank Councillor Adams because the Upper Margaret Suburban Renewal Precinct plan started with the Margaret Corridor Neighbourhood Plan back in 2014. And when I took over from Councillor Adams, that part of the area, Councillor Adams told me that she has already caught all the heat from the changes that was made in the area. And thanks to her that I didn't have to cop any of those changes. But I can always remember a resident who was very vocal about these changes actually came back to me a year later and say, oh, Stephen, I actually moved into one of the units in the area. And if I knew you were so good, I would have voted for you twice. Yeah, yes. So, well, I believe he did vote for me again, in the following election. But can I say the plans around major suburban centres like Garden City is definitely strategically located, because if you look at the geography and where Garden City, which is the centre of Upper Margaret, you'll see on the west side there's a suburb called Sunnybank. That's de facto Chinatown, where all the other, yes, that's where the multicultural community lives. And when you look on the east side, there's a gateway motorway. And when you look to the north, you see Southeast Freeway. So, like, I do live in Upper Margaret, and for me, during a good time, it only takes me 15 minutes from where I live to City Hall. So it is so convenient, it is so close to the city. But if you look south, yes, that's another way, another direction of Southeast Freeway, which only takes me 45 minutes to get to Gold Coast. And remember, there's Brisbane Technology Park, just situated right next to Garden City Shopping Centre. And look, that's where the job opportunity lies for the future. And maybe we get next NVIDIA in there. You just don't know because it is a high-tech park. So as a resident of the area, I think it is the best place to have this suburban renewal plan. And I must confess, I don't have a personal conflict of interest. Even I live in the area. I must say, actually, I've been disadvantaged by living in there because when I went and bought the unit myself, I didn't even bargain with the developer. I think I probably paid one of the highest price in the area. But that just shows, it is such a good place to live in, and that's why you see, whether you are in, you are a family, you are a student, or you are a young professional, who live by yourselves, it provides a wide variety of housing choices. And as a local councillor, I even had developers come to see me talking about their build to rent in the area. So the important thing is to set a framework right. Once you have the framework right, you attract the right kind of investment to the area, and that's going to provide housing choices for people for different needs. And of course, when we talk about strategically located, Garden City is a transport hub where you get Brisbane Metro, where you get bus interchanges. And we just heard that Brisbane Metro is getting people home quicker and safer and keep Brisbane moving. There were 7 million people actually use it. And I wouldn't say the Garden City Shopping Centre is getting the lion's share, but it's getting its fair share for sure. So I'd just like to commend the council and also to the chair for City Planning Council, Adam Allen, for decide to renew this part of the area. And I believe this is the right place to be. And planning here provides that convenience of public transport services, job opportunities. And this is definitely the best part of Brisbane to live in. I commend the report to the chamber.
Further speakers on A and B. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on ENC Information Report Clause A and B, the Upper Mount Gravatt and Chermside Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct plans. We don't yet know the plans for these precincts, but the LNP's track record on new precinct plans is shocking. Just look at Wynnum. Yes, there are consultations. Hundreds of people write in to have a say about their neighbourhood. Residents call for new parks, more deep planting, stormwater upgrades, protected bikeways, more frequent public transport, just like they are here. Residents flag that this administration already isn't funding infrastructure upgrades to keep up with growing neighbourhoods. Residents worry that big land banking developers are just being handed a payday by the LNP for no public benefit. Yeah. The same developers that have sat on the land for years without building anything. Yeah. But then what happens? The LNP pay lip service to people who've given their time to have a say, but that's it. The taller heights limits go in, key infrastructure isn't built, developers make millions in speculative land value. Brisbane can't sustain this. This city already swelters under heat waves every summer. Our research suggests that deep planting requirements of 10% have only been translating in an average of development approval of just 3%. Shame. This is part of the reason Brisbane is losing many hectares of precious tree canopy. And this council isn't investing in new urban park space. Combine these make our city even hotter through a lack of shade and the urban heat island effect. This council must mandate 20% deep planting in every new precinct plan, and we must build more parks for the growing population. When we ask more people, especially families, to live more densely in apartments, it's council's job to provide the parkland to replace their yards. We also need the infrastructure to get around safely. In new, dense precincts, the best mode of transport should be walking, followed by cycling and taking public transport. Yeah. But right now, the LNP administration only funds 1 or 2 pedestrian crossings each year, citywide. Okay. Only 2 streets in all of Brisbane received traffic calming this year, after only 1 street last year. Only a few kilometres of protected bikeway are built each year, if that. What about the rest of our streets? The council needs to urgently prioritise walking and cycling infrastructure around these precincts. At Mount Gravatt, it should connect dense neighbourhoods to the Villaway, and at Chermside, it should connect the Downfall and Kedron Brook bikeways via these dense developments with safe, protected bike lanes. And developers should be paying for this. At the height of a housing crisis, when developers are making high profits than ever, this council must call on the state government to lift the limit on infrastructure charges. This is how developers give back to the public. Lastly, this council must use these precinct plans to address homelessness and soaring rents in this city. We all know the state government isn't funding enough public housing, but buck passing won't drop the rent. It won't keep young people from couch surfing. It won't stop pensioners sleeping in their cars. It won't help 11,500 people in this city on social housing waiting list. If the state won't help, then this council must implement mandatory inclusionary zoning. Before these precincts are redeveloped, this council must require that every development with over 10 dwellings provides at least 25% of dwellings to public and community housing providers. Yes. This would provide hundreds of social homes in these precincts alone. People could recover from bad situations and find their feet in a mixed-income building close to services and public transport. This isn't a new idea. Mandatory inclusionary zone is used by hundreds of cities worldwide. Paris, London, the city of Sydney and New York City are just a few examples. This helps everyone, especially the most marginalised people in our society. This works. These are the basic things that this council needs to do to make this city sustainable.
Further speakers on item A and B. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise today to speak in support of item B, the proposal to amend Brisbane City Plan to include a new precinct plan for the Chermside Centre. This work comes at an important time for our city and indeed for the community of Chermside. We know that Brisbane is growing and we know that there's a need to address the housing shortfall. The Schrinner Council has certainly been using every lever it can to increase supply by removing barriers and impediments to delivering more homes while minimising the impact to our great lifestyle. That's right. And that's what I see here in this proposed amendment. For 21 years, Chermside has been identified as a key principal centre. It's home to Australia's largest and oldest shopping centre in Westfield Chermside, 2 hospitals, more than 50 hectares of green space with 7th Brigade and Marchant Parks, a soon-to-be redeveloped swimming pool, a bus interchange and, of course, the Northern Brisbane Busway Transport Corridor. Whoa. It's also just 10 kilometres from the CBD. So we're talking about proximity to employment, transport, recreation, health services, the list goes on. It's very hard to argue, Madam Chair, that this area shouldn't be explored at a bare minimum for opportunities for well-planned renewal. There's not only an opportunity here for more housing, but also a chance to help enhance the precinct's vibrancy, improve connectivity and deliver mixed-use retail and commercial opportunities for employment and services. Currently, there's a fair bit of mixed-use and residential development at various densities and scales. Surrounding residential areas include a mix of high and medium-rise apartments, low-rise dwellings and important aged care facilities. In total, the precinct encompasses around 5,705 properties, including both private residences and businesses. In the past 18 months, I've attended the opening of 2 affordable and social housing projects in Chermside delivered by the Brisbane Housing Company. This is in addition to the existing development that was already there on Hamilton Road. And there's also another development on Hamilton Road in the planning phase being delivered by BHC. This land was gifted to the BHC by Brisbane City Council. It was leftover land from a proposed road widening. Of course, this doesn't factor in the massive number of social housing properties in this precinct owned by the state government, including a new multi-storey development that's currently underway. To put it in perspective, in this last year, more than 200 social and affordable homes have been delivered, without a target, a mandate or a restriction or a barrier. It did, of course, have millions of dollars in infrastructure charges waived by the Schrinner Council and support from the 2 other levels of government. Like I said before, levers to incentivise housing supply rather than barriers to prevent it. A precinct plan not only has the potential to unlock opportunities for affordable and social housing, but also retirement and aged care, which we all know are much needed across our city. So anecdotally, in areas of high density in my area is what I'm seeing are downsizers who are opting for apartment living near the shops and the hospital, the pool, the library, Keddy Wavell, who now have made their 5-bedroom home available to a family in suburbs further out. There's a strong strategic rationale for preparing a tailored precinct plan for Chermside. As I mentioned earlier, to the north, the centre borders extensive parkland in 7th Brigade and Marchant Parks, providing significant recreation and open space. And we are currently working on an upgrade project plan for 7th Brigade Park. Thank you, Councillor Davis. There's the Chermside Pool redevelopment. Thank you, Councillor Howard, that we discussed last week, which is also extremely exciting. Importantly, Chermside's location on Gympie Road in the Northern Busway Corridor provides excellent access and frequent services to the CBD and northern suburbs, making it one of the best connected suburban centres in our city. As Councillor Allen said earlier, high-frequency turn-up-and-go public transport is a key component of well-planned communities, and that's why I've been advocating for the extension of our award-winning and ever-popular Brisbane Metro to the north side, Chermside and beyond. I do note that Councillor Cassidy said his fingers were crossed for an extension, but I think they might be crossed behind his back because, as I recall, he wanted to scrap the Brisbane Metro. While I'm excited about this proposal and the opportunities it presents for the North Side and Brisbane as a whole, I know there's a lot of work to do. Like with all of our precinct planning work, the Chermside precinct proposal will be informed by detailed research and analysis. A development feasibility and economic analysis is underway to understand Chermside's competitive advantages and identify the planning settings needed to unlock this underutilised land. Land use and urban design analysis will also inform future outcomes and help shape a distinctive, high-quality space. I'm looking forward to talking to my community about this and formal public consultation kicking off later in the year. Hearing from residents, businesses and landowners to help shape the future of this important centre is critically important. Ultimately, this is about planning ahead and planning responsibly. The Trinity Council is focusing on growth in the right places, well-serviced centres like Chermside, so we can deliver more homes, support jobs and create vibrant mixed-use communities while protecting the character and lifestyle of our communities. By working with the community, we can achieve fantastic lifestyle outcomes and that provide more housing and create even more to see and do in our city. I commend this proposal to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause A and B from the ENC Committee. For over a decade, the Greens have supported major transport hubs and activity centres as the right location for increase in housing density. We have always said that growth should happen where people can walk, cycle and catch public transport. And these precinct plans before us give the potential for being at the right place for housing densities. With existing shops, services and bus connections, they do have the potential to support additional housing while remaining connected and livable. However, there are some caveats to this. Firstly, of course, while these centres have bus services, the bus services aren't equal. And we note and need to put on the record the Brisbane City Council's citywide bus network continues to be infrequent, inequitable, and not reliable. Remembering again that most recently, unless there are recent numbers, 1 in 5 Brisbane City Council buses run late. People should be able to get to work, school, healthcare and shops without needing a car. And yet the current infrastructure and the network for buses in Brisbane does not deliver that. It's important to note that Chermside is going to experience specifically long delay or potential cancellation to the Metro also, noting that while there are 2 years to get the business case done, there is no busway. And I'll put it here on the record that's really important to note. We support the Metro, we support the electric vehicles, we want these electric vehicles to go, but we need to build the busways, we need to build the charging stations, and I dare say that maybe the only achievable thing for that line, which I think is a really important line, will be the delivery of diesel buses on transit lanes. And that's not a Metro. If density is increased without funded sequences, upgrades to public transport, walking and cycling infrastructure, these precinct plans risk creating more congestion and danger rather than relieving it. Noting that Brisbane is an incredibly congested city already. Secondly, while the plans propose increased housing opportunities, it's important to note over and over again that there is no guarantee of affordability or social housing. Brisbane's social housing waiting list continues to grow, 11,500. That's Brisbane, not the state. Rents keep climbing and everyday families continue to be priced out every quarter from not only renting where the communities are, but also from being a first home buyer. I want to note again, this is the result of the failure of all governments that have been in administration, at council, at state and at federal for the past decade, the ALP and the LNP. I want to give an example of that failure. The LNP planned Kurilpa TLPI that was then put through at a state level by the ALP and now extended by the LNP again. And I want to remind everyone that what was supposed to be the silver bullet to the housing crisis, as stated in this chamber in 2023, has not delivered a single dwelling in Kurilpa. I think it's also really important that we note that the Greens have advocated for a vacancy levy, changes to the city plan to stop land banking and inclusionary zoning, another thing that the ALP and the LNP have been united in. In 2022-23, the Greens at state government introduced inclusionary zoning at 25%. That was voted down again by both major parties. So we can be more ambitious. The ambitiousness isn't going to come from amendment being moved. It's not going to be coming from this LNP council, and we know that. There is no ambition here. They have no problem approving DAs where developers break codes and expectations of local communities, but when it comes to even trying to use the policy levers that they have to ensure future developments deliver affordable housing, suddenly there's a problem.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on items A and B, and certainly I don't want to go into a lot of detail on item A and B, given that Councillor Huang and Councillor Parry have done a pretty good job of overseeing those. Nonetheless, we believe both the Upper Mount Gravatt and the Chermside Suburban Renewal Precinct projects are going to give rise to additional housing, lots of different topologies in the right locations. At the end of the day, both of these locations have services and amenities and transport. That is a key focus for where we progress the suburban renewal precincts. And why wouldn't you? At the end of the day, it makes sense to put this density and these opportunities in locations that have those characteristics: amenity, shopping, services and public transport. To not put them there and to put them somewhere else is nonsensical. So what we're trying to progress here is very, very logical. Now, in Councillor Cassidy's comments, he did mention that the Lord Mayor only spoke on this for 3 minutes. Let's bear in mind, this is the very beginning of this process. What we are effectively asking for in this chamber is to go to the state government to seek their approval to undertake this piece of work under the Section 18 process, which allows a more rapid progression of a city plan amendment. And that's what we're doing. So, in the context of this particular application and this particular submission, this will come back to the chamber again as it goes through the process. So we'll have plenty of opportunity to further discuss this. Now, Councillor Cassidy made much of the fact that it took a couple of years to bring the Mount Gravatt opportunity to this chamber. I might remind him that in the last couple of years we've landed the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct, we're progressing Wynnum, we're progressing Mount Gravatt, we're progressing Alderley, we're progressing the Fortitude Valley Sustainable Growth Precinct and, of course, Kurilpa. Now, Councillor Massey just made a point, oh, look, in the last couple of years nothing's been built there. Councillor Massey had just better wait. It takes a long time to get a big project out of the ground and get it approved, but housing in that location is coming. We know that there is work going on down there. We know that the state's got an interest with their busy site, so just wait, it will happen. So as I've just pointed out, we've been working through a lot of planning-related activity over the last couple of years. We are doing the heavy lifting to provide housing in this city. The work we're doing is giving rise to literally tens of thousands of additional housing opportunities right across the city, in the inner city, in our suburban locations. We're working hard to look at the low-medium density zoning at the moment to try and improve outcomes in that particular zoning. And it's not just about additional houses, it's about ensuring that the projects are feasible. Because it's one thing to stand in this chamber and talk about affordable housing. Yes, an admirable outcome, but the reality is you won't get anything if you don't set the levers in a way that allows projects to be built. Now, The price of a product is a function of what it costs to build. You have to acquire the land, you have to go through the process of getting your application approved, and then you have to build it. And everybody in this city, and certainly we've heard from across the country, that Brisbane is the most costly city to build in. And part of that is our friends over here who ably supported the CFMEU during the Labor years, sent construction costs through this and effectively...
One moment please, councillor. All councillors quiet while Councillor Allen is speaking. Councillor Allen.
So it's important to acknowledge that the cost to build in Brisbane is extremely high. We not only have a very costly environment to build in, we also have a lack of capacity within the overall industry. We've got 600 people a week moving to Brisbane. So we have an interesting and challenging set of circumstances, but we are doing everything we can to give the opportunity to the industry to supply the housing we need. As I mentioned earlier, 96% of the housing is built by the private market. It isn't built by the Tooth Fairy. Someone actually has to get together, take the risk and build this, and we want to ensure that we pull the levers we can to ensure that additional housing is brought on in this city. We think that we're heading in the right direction, and we're also optimising all the amenity that exists in these locations, and we're optimising the very extensive investment and commitment to public transport.
Councillor Allen, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And what an extraordinary contribution for the LNP spokesperson for billionaires and property developers, because every time, every opportunity that the LNP have, they come into this place and they say, sorry, the dog ate my homework, we could not deliver a single affordable home for the people of Brisbane. Have you considered, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair, have you considered that your LNP way is so out of touch with what normal working families are experiencing? We know that normal people do not believe what you are saying, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair. 18% in the latest news poll of people support what the LNP are doing. This is dismal. You have lost your way. Working families need so much more, and what we have seen from the LNP's leadership in Brisbane is a Lord Mayor who has so far taken a hands-off approach to addressing what is the most important issue facing the people of Brisbane. He thinks that it is okay to say it's taken 2.5 years to get maybe some things to check with the state government. In that time, not one affordable home delivered. His strategy to make homes affordable does nothing to help people today. Everyone has seen it who goes outside and speaks to normal people, probably not the LNP. So I'll let you know. People are stuck in rental traps. Have you seen? There are open homes for family homes going on the rental market with 60, 70, 80 people lining up to get these homes, and they cost $700, $800, $900 plus a week. If you're lucky. If you're lucky. This is the quote-unquote affordable Brisbane that has happened under this LNP Lord Mayor. People can't buy where they want to raise their families, where they grew up, where the communities that they're connected to, their sports clubs, their schools. First home buyers are being pushed to neighbouring councils because in Brisbane the median house price is over $1 million, and according to the LNP's planning spokesperson, that's totally fine. What reality are you people living in? The dream of buying a home is getting easier with Labor's first home buyer scheme, and I have always said, I take that interjection from the LNP, who are scoffing at measures that makes homes more affordable and more accessible to people who are buying their first homes. I have always said in this place it is not up to one level of government to address housing affordability and accessibility in this city, but the LNP in Brisbane have made it incredibly clear that their intent is crossing their fingers and hoping for the best, and not doing any of the meaningful work that's required. We know the Lord Mayor admitted today, to him there is no real definition of what is affordable. I guess it's not the issue that's the front of mind when you collect over $400,000 a year in your pocket as the salary of the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. On this side of the chamber, we are proud to represent hard-working families and the people of Brisbane, and our purpose in this place is clear. We want to build stronger communities, and we're united in our efforts to make the lives of the people of Brisbane better. We see opportunities to improve their lives, and it seems reasonable in a climate where housing affordability and cost of living are the top issues facing the people of Brisbane. So how do we address these things? Through meaningful and decisive action. It's good to see there are more homes on the way, but every chance in this place the LNP make a choice and decide not to support the delivery of more affordable homes. What sort of future do we want to build for our kids and their kids? What about families right now? What about young people right now? Brisbane is the greatest city in the world, absolutely. But unless we do something meaningful, set real, aspirational targets, people will not be able to call this amazing city home. We can do so much better. The LNP choose again not to act. It's a shame.
Further speakers. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's very interesting to see that Councillor Collier has joined her colleagues on the road to Damascus when it comes to planning in this place, because all of a sudden you would think that planning has been an issue that's been on the agenda here for 3 years. But surprisingly, this administration has been walking the walk for many, many more years than that. Meaningful and decisive action have been taken by this LNP administration for decades. City Shape in 2006. It was lauded for the hooly-doolies being there, I think, Lord Mayor, at the time. A very, very large consultation across the city where more than 60,000 people had their say, and clearly told us along corridors and around our principal regional activity centres is where we need to see growth. And we have listened to the people of Brisbane since that time. We continued it through the teens, the noughties and the teens I suppose now, with Brisbane's future blueprint, where again we set out a very clear strategy to deliver houses and homes for the people of Brisbane. And those people on the other side of the chamber, the red and the, not green at the time, but the independents, sat on their hands and voted no. Over and over and over again. And now they have the gall to stand in this place and say, we're not doing enough. Amazing. Amazing. This is the team of meaningful, decisive action. And now, as we lean into the 2020s, we've got our suburban renewal precincts. As Councillor Allen said, Stones Corner, Fortitude Valley, Wynnum, Mount Gravatt, Alderley, Kurilpa TLPI, and these are the next two today. We've been doing plenty through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Cassidy, since 2023. You just don't want to hear that. It doesn't fit the narrative. It doesn't fit the narrative. But up in Mount Gravatt, as Councillor Wong said, I know very well as the representative there for 8 years, when we delivered the Mount Gravatt Corridor Neighbourhood Plan, and at the time it was controversial. It was 2010. Apartment living was not on the radar of Brisbaneites. We were nearly there, but they weren't quite there yet on what was going to look like with a city with apartments. But we stuck to it, regardless of the heat we got from those opposite, Madam Chair, who said no, 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 the entire way. And what do we see now? 15-storey buildings of homes, thank goodness, because we had the foresight. And what are we doing here today? The next steps. The next steps that we need to take to make sure that Brisbaneites have homes. and, through you, Madam Chair, to those in the Green Party, we delivered the infrastructure that was needed. A massive intersection upgrade through McGregor Street, the widening of the roads in the Tryon Street area as the apartments came online. All of this done on our watch, while those opposite said no, put their head in the sand and said no to all 15 neighbourhood plans that we brought through in those years, bar Bulimba neighbourhood plan. Thank you, Councillor Sutton, in your absence. And what are we doing now? Now we're looking at a section at Upper Mount Gravatt that was only 5 stories in the neighbourhood plan, but we think with the introduction of the metro and more infrastructure upgrades in this area, we will need those homes, and this is an area that is highly serviced for amenity in this place. This section between Mount Gravatt, Capella Bar Road and Dawson Road. That's the area I'm thinking in particular. We did the other side. We did up near Upper Mount Gravatt State School in that area. But this is the low-hanging fruit now of amenity, places to live and work and play, heaps of green space because of the corridor neighbourhood plan, new parks that were delivered through that, plus the sport and rec we've got, and just up the road what we'll see through the Mount Gravatt precinct plan as well. We are planning for the future. We have been planning for the future for decades, and we will continue to do it. And the only freight train that is running through this city is taking Labor out the door, because we are the ones that Brisbaneites trust and will deliver, and I support these renewals to the chamber.
Further speakers? One moment, please, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston.
Very briefly, I just rise to speak on the substantive motion with respect to Mount Gravatt and Chermside. I think for those residents who live in those parts of the world, they've seen very significant change over the past 18 years that I've been here. But there's just a couple of things I want to put on the record. Councillor Adams has just stood up and, shouted at everybody, essentially that that they've been doing everything that they could. They've been doing everything perfectly. Everything's great. That they're the only ones.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor
Claim
Adams.
to be misrepresented.
Yeah, okay, they're not perfect. Great.
No, your
I'm
claim.
sorry. Yes, we've been doing plenty. We've been doing plenty. This is the outcome of the plenty that this administration has delivered. An affordability crisis where people with jobs can't afford to buy a home. A clearly supply crisis because there aren't enough homes being built. And we know that there are approvals that have been issued that languish because developers won't bring them forward. And they can't bring them forward because things cost too much and they have supply issues, labour issues, all the rest of it. Meanwhile, the market has been so heated up by people like this Lord Mayor and his billion-dollar developer mates that getting smaller projects done is very difficult. So the impact of what the LNP has done plenty of for the past 18 years has not worked. It has not worked. Things aren't getting better, they are getting worse. Unaffordability, lack of supply and a lack of ability in the market to deliver. These are what we have inherited from 18 years of an LNP administration. So thank you, Councillor Adams, through you, Madam Chairman, for doing plenty for Brisbane, because plenty of what you've done is how we've got ourselves into the problem that we are in today. That is the situation that we are experiencing. And I'll just finish by saying, and this is the fundamental problem with the LNP altogether. I will stand up as Councillor Adams did and Councillor Allen and say, because we vote against something, that we don't support housing. Now, that's moronic. It's a moronic statement. It is uninformed. It is silly. I know all of us are not opposed to housing. We all want more housing, but we want the right housing in the right location with the right infrastructure that supports it, that takes the community with you. And when we have a planning scheme and guide and local plans that reflect community views, that they are followed. And that is where this administration has let Brisbane down. Let them down. All over this city, we see neighbourhood plans that are not worth the paper they are written on, despite the processes that this council goes through, because the LNP administration is pro-development, has lunch with their billion-dollar mates, and they don't recognise that they are the problem. After 18 years of doing it the same way, plan after plan after plan, as we've heard Councillor Adams outline, there's plenty of it, but it's not getting the right results.
Councillor Adams, your claim of misrepresentation.
Thank you. I noticed that Councillor Johnson changed her words as soon as I stood because she knew she was wrong.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor, that doesn't give you the right to then call out. Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I rise to speak on item A and item B. We all know Brisbane is growing. The question before us in this chamber is not whether we plan for that growth, but how responsibly, how fairly and how urgently we do so. That is why Council is committed to delivering more homes, because boosting housing supply is the only proven way to ease affordability pressures and reduce housing stress. Items A and B, the Upper Mount Gravatt suburban renewal and Chermside Centre suburban renewal, are doing exactly that, in the right locations and in the right ways. So why do these renewals matter? Because Council is pulling every lever that is available to boost housing supply. We know that the private sector delivers 96% of homes in Brisbane, and our role is to enable that delivery responsibly, not block it, not delay it, not drown it out. That's why we support suburban renewals, such as these precincts. We offer infrastructure charge reductions for community housing providers, reform car parking requirements near transport. We propose sensible changes to the LMR to unlock missing middle and consistently approve development applications. Last year alone, Council approved nearly 3,900 DAs, paving the way for almost 12,000 new dwellings. We are meeting and exceeding state government's housing targets and approving applications 57% faster than Sydney or Melbourne. That is not inaction. That is delivery. In contrast with Labor's record, at almost every opportunity, Labor has turned its back on renters and aspiring homeowners. Since 2016, Labor has opposed 16 out of the 19 neighbourhood plans, attempting to block capacity for nearly 30,000 new homes across Brisbane. Take Albion as an example. Council backed the plan because it meant more homes in well-serviced areas. Labor ran a scare campaign. Today, Albion is thriving, with homes for almost 1,000 new residents, and now with roofs over their head, it's a place to build their lives. If Labor had their way, these homes simply would not exist. Now, through you, Chair, Councillor Strunk claimed that we are simply using the words affordable, 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 but nothing is happening. These precinct renewals are brought here today, clearly demonstrating that we are doing something. Labor opposed 30,000 homes through the neighbourhood plans and delayed approvals at the state level, including holding the Nathan Salisbury Maruka plan for over 300 days. Meanwhile, this council is approving thousands of dwellings every year and delivering faster than our southern counterparts. Through you, Chair, Councillor Cassidy mentioned that Council is doing nothing on affordable and social housing. The truth is simple. No supply means no affordability. Mandating unworkable inclusionary zoning targets has already failed, most notably in the Woolloongabba PDA, where Labor's approached stalled development and delivered fewer homes, not more. We are taking practical approach, including infrastructure charge waivers for community housing providers, so affordable housing can be actually built. In closing, these suburban renewal precincts are needed. They are responsible, they are measured and they are necessary. They support affordability, they respect community input. They are putting homes where infrastructure already exists. And most importantly, they ensure that Brisbane remains a city where people can live, work and build their future, not just dream about it. I commend items A and B to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on these two particular precinct plans, but I think I'll just focus on the Mount Gravatt one because I don't know Chermside as well as other councillors do. But yeah, certainly the precinct plan will be a welcome addition to the people at Mount Gravatt Central, whatever, Upper Mount Gravatt as well. But it looks like the height restriction, of course, is supposed to be 15 stories. But we know that that's probably going to increase, as they usually do. We only have to look at Wynnum. They're building a 12-story at the moment, and the neighbourhood plan said 8. They've gone to 12. So, and that's when they had neighbourhood plans. They don't do neighbourhood plans anymore. So there's no consultation with the constituents anymore about the neighbourhood plans and what they expect to see built around them, or what services, or you know, all those things that make up a neighbourhood plan. And I was just trying to remember what they said about the reason why they did drop the neighbourhood plans, and I think it was the fact that they probably weren't worth the paper they were written on, because they would just, I don't know, they just wouldn't follow them. As I know out my way, the Dewandella neighbourhood plan. But anyways, we're back to the precinct plan. Now, I'm always chuffed at the fact that the LNP, or that side of the chamber, always waxes lyrical about work that they don't do themselves. You know, the previous Labor government, state government, and now the LNP state government, they're building all the social housing, right? They don't need council, quite frankly. They can do it under a ministerial designation. They have the capabilities of doing that. They don't really need council to buy into it. And in some cases, that's what they do. So you're claiming credit about affordable housing, social and/or public, right, on something that you really don't have much skin in the game, right? What are you doing? I say affordable, affordable, affordable. That's what the word that you use, or the chair uses, but what do you actually do, right? Yes, you process applications, right? You do give discounts. That's something. And I'll pick up that word, you're doing something, from the previous speaker. But it's not that impactful for people that are actually wanting to get into the market in a substantive way, or you're not doing something substantive for them, right? Young families trying to get into the market, I mean, good gracious. And this accommodation that the state government's not building, that the private enterprise is building in these precincts, quite frankly, won't be affordable. Won't be affordable for the retailer, the retail worker, the pub worker, the ambulance man, the policeman, all those services that these precincts rely upon. Those workers, and we're all workers, quite frankly, but those particular workers, the service workers that protect us and give us those services that we really need, won't be able to live in any of those high-rise towers, because they'll all be $1 million plus, They will. Yeah. We see it at Racecourse Road. We see it all over across Brisbane. You know, new builds, they probably start at $1 million on say, ground, or not ground floor, because that's usually commercial, but, you know, floor 2, 3, 4. The one-bedroom ones, that's what they'll start. So that's not really affordable to anyone. We do need more stock to try to make it a bit more competitive, I suppose, in some respects, in that respect. But we're not really getting that more stock, not really. I mean, the other state government's doing their bit. The previous state government did their bit. And they have a lot of land out there, quite frankly, that's vacant, by the way, in suburbs. I know in Inala alone, there's probably 200 blocks of land that they could build on, that they've removed houses from because they weren't worth maintaining, and they've just banked it, and they've been building some senior units and things like that. And I'm sure at Macrovat that is the case as well. I'm sure there's public housing over there as well, and there's probably vacant blocks of land the state government could build on. They probably don't have to buy much. So they're doing their job.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers?
Thank you,
Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak on A and B. I think these are really important that this has come to the chamber. It's been interesting to listen to the debate today, and great to see the Mayor still here for an item that he moves. Has been a long time since we've seen you, Councillor Schrinner, here so long through you, Madam Chair. What I know from talking to people in my community, and particularly young people and their families, is that people are really worried about not having housing for their young people to be able to buy or get into the market at a reasonable price. And I hear that regularly from many families. So the family home has gone up in value, but the parents are saying, but what about our kids? And what if they want to have the Brisbane lifestyle we've had? What if they want to live in the local area? There's nothing for them. And under what we are approving now, and under the history of this Lord Mayor and the LNP, there will be nothing for them. Because this is given over to the market. This is totally market-driven. Apparently that's the way to go. It works. Well, it doesn't work because we aren't delivering affordable housing for our residents and their children. I know for my nephews and nieces, listening to them talk about trying to save up for a house deposit or a unit deposit, it is really hard work, on top of paying rent, on top of trying to live, on top of paying the costs of just everyday life. So I think it's a real issue that I see in the community. And it's also an issue. Just last night I was at a meeting and I was speaking to a lady who is now supporting a family that are living in a tent in Yeronga Park because they can't get accommodation. And she's trying to help those people get their 15-year-old kid back to school. And that's not even talking about the people who just are living in our parks or the people living in cars. And I know my ward office has people living in cars because it's a safe place to park at night. And it concerns me that the LNP just keep going, we're doing a great job, the market's going to take over. The Lord Mayor picked up a vibe about Brisbane, a vibe, where he was talking to billionaires and millionaires about how they could come to Brisbane and make money. What worries me is there hasn't been any talk about the infrastructure that goes with all these developers coming because of the Lord Mayor's vibe. A lot of people making a lot of money in Brisbane at the moment. It really concerns me about the way this council is looking after the developers, and Councillor Adam almost admits that. This council is so pro-development and so pro the big end of town that we are failing regular people. In fact, we aren't interested in regular people anymore. I was interested to hear Councillor Parry talk about the benefits to Chermside and hear Councillor Stephen Wong talk about the benefits to Macvat and Up Macvat Garden City, but there will be no extra infrastructure for these people. Even Councillor Parry is sort of hoping at some stage the busway, which has been cancelled by her own mates in the state government, hopes it will be built. And Councillor Stephen Wong wants to see, more people come into his community. How many more people are you getting? Are you building more parks? Are you building more council facilities? Because when we passed the Maruka Salisbury Nathan plan that took 5 years to pass this council, when we did that, the LNP voted against any extra infrastructure to be provided with the 20,000 people my community is getting. So we're going to make it rich, we're going to make a lot of money, this council is going to make a lot of money out of these developers, but we're not sinking it back into those communities. We're not. We don't have plans to do it.
Councillor Griffiths, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? No further speakers. I call upon the Lord Mayor for your reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all councillors who have contributed to the debate. What I can say is that basically everything that Labor councillors have said can be taken with a grain of salt, because right now, in a few moments' time, they're going to vote in favour of these two submissions. And so they've spent ages wailing on and complaining and griping and moaning about apparently everything that's wrong with this, but they're going to vote for it. And so that tells you everything you need to know about these councillors. The positions they hold are entirely political. They're entirely political, but they don't really believe them, because fundamentally they are anti-development. Fundamentally they are anti-growth, and fundamentally they want to stop things from happening in this city. And so you just heard that coming through. Like the cane toad, it was oozing out of their pores, the poison, the venom, the vitriol, because they hate everything about it, but they're going to vote for it. And that's fundamentally what you need to know about the Australian Labor Party, particularly its representatives in this council. Now, Councillor Cassidy said essentially that we should set an aspirational target for affordable housing. He hasn't been able to define what affordable housing is. He hasn't actually said what affordable housing is, but we should have an aspirational target. Well, this road's been gone down before, because for around a decade we had a Labor state government that had an aspirational target. And what we saw when Labor was actually in charge of the planning system and the social and affordable housing system, what did they do? The social housing waiting list grew and grew and grew, and it was something between 45,000 and 50,000 people by the end of their regime. And guess how many new social and affordable houses they delivered per year over that 10-year? 500. And in fact, every year the waiting list grew by more than the number of houses they actually delivered. So that's an aspirational target. That's what you get with an aspirational target. We don't believe in aspirational targets. We believe in more houses, actual houses that people can live in. And Labor and others have criticised me for meeting with the person who has built more apartments than anyone else in Australia. Yeah. Meriton has delivered more apartments than anyone else in Australia. 80,000 apartments across Australia but apparently I shouldn't meet with someone like that because maybe they might actually know how this works. Maybe they might actually have some feedback to provide, and maybe they might actually be able to get housing built. And if you look at the Brisbane skyline, two of the biggest buildings...
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Strunk, Councillor Cassidy, both calling out during the speech. Please do not. Councillor Strunk, you did.
Point of order.
No, Councillor.
I said not one word.
I'm not debating it. I'm telling you not to call out. Lord Mayor.
And if you look at the Brisbane skyline, two of the biggest buildings that deliver thousands of apartments for Brisbane residents are Meriton buildings. They kind of know how to build homes. They kind of have a legitimate reason to have an opinion on how to provide extra supply. But there's a little bit more to this tale, because when the Meriton buildings were built, Labor was complaining about an oversupply of housing in the Brisbane market and how it would affect the investment of property owners, and that property owners would lose their money because we had oversupplied housing. That was when those two Meriton buildings were built. Labor was complaining that they were built and saying that we had oversupplied the market. I remember it just like it was yesterday, and in fact they ran a Lord Mayoral campaign about our oversupply of housing in the Brisbane market. Now, what we saw in reality is that that supply was soaked up really quickly. And what we've seen since is that Brisbane has become so attractive. Is that because it's such a terrible place to live? Is that because, if you actually listen to Labor's narrative about Brisbane, no one would move here, hey? But you know what? Everyone wants to move here. Why? Because it's a fantastic city and it keeps getting better.
Your time has expired. We'll now put items A and B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adaman. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 25 in favour.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Moving now to items C and D. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Item C is the Gebby Street Kelvin Grove drainage upgrade. This is a continuation of the work that was started this financial year on Gebby Street to improve flood resilience and increase the drainage network's capacity. The scope of the project is to replace a section of old, undersized pipe located beneath 33 Gebby Street, which is at the end of its service life. We explored several options to deliver the upgrades, including the possibility of maintaining the existing pipe in the area. In the end, though, we decided it was best to replace the full pipe, as we already tried to repair it once in 2023. The item before us today marks the first step in the project. It seeks council support to approach the Queensland Government about acquiring the necessary easements. This would then allow us to start construction next financial year. Several permanent easements spanning a total area of 93 square metres is required. They're spread across 26 Park Street, 36 Park Street and 33 Gebby Street. Council officers have consulted all the residents directly impacted by the drainage works and the easement. Given the benefit it will deliver to the local community, we haven't received any objections from the residents, and with that I recommend that item to the chamber. In terms of item D, that relates to the relief drainage upgrade project at McIntyre Street in Hendra, where we're seeking permission to apply for an easement to deliver these drainage improvements. This is an important project, replacing stormwater infrastructure nearing its end of service life. As the area has grown, the need for drainage upgrades has increased to support more homes and reduce stormwater runoff across multiple properties. The upgrades include the installation of new M-pipe running from the end of McIntyre Street to the existing open channel at Gurla Road in Hendra. This will improve flood resilience in the local area for residents living between Newmarket Street, Gurla Road and McIntyre Street. It will also ensure the local drainage is able to meet the evolving population and development needs of the area. As mentioned before, we need to establish a drainage easement to carry out these works. This will require us to set aside a 275 square metre plot on 400 Nudgee Road at Hendra. Micro-tunnelling will be used during construction to minimise disruptions on the property. Council officers worked with the owner of 400 Nudgee Road to align the easement in a way that reduces the impact on their property as well. Once we have the state's approval, the work will take approximately 2 financial years to complete. The McIntyre Drainage Relief Project fits into a broader package of works to improve drainage in the whole Hendra area. This project is one of the many ways we are investing in our suburbs in Brisbane to improve our city's flood resiliency, and I commend it to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I understand the Lord Mayor has gone to look up a definition of affordable housing, so he can't be with us here to debate the rest of his report. The rest of the NC report before us today, item C and item D, 2 drainage projects, as we have heard, 26 Park Street, 36 Park Street, 33 Gebby Street, Kelvin Grove, 400 Nudgee Road, Hendra, at the industrial site of Apex Car Rental. So council is acquiring undersized drainage infrastructure to improve stormwater immunity, reduce sewer overflows. Very noble work, no objections to that, of course. The approval for this is to apply to the Minister to formalise the resumption. Flood resilience does need greater attention from Council, and what we've seen after 2 decades of decline under the LNP here in Council, this is often one of the biggest issues raised, not just with Labor councillors, but with LNP councillors as well. It falls on deaf ears when it's raised with LNP councillors, but we know it is a big issue, and we're discovering that more and more as we are around Brisbane, knocking on doors, whether it's in Wynnum Manly Ward or in Holland Park Ward, in Northgate Ward, in Brackenridge Ward, but we also know in our own areas as well, and I've spoken about this a lot in Deagon Ward that I represent as well. We know in Councillor Griffith's area the monumental fight that a local councillor had to go through just to get some basic drainage works done. So before too long, of course, what we're going to have is another council budget, and based on how things are going, we shouldn't be too hopeful we'll see too many more of these projects funded by the LNP, because what we've seen from the LNP regime with those $400 million, successive basically $400 million cuts to basic infrastructure, which everybody knows doesn't make sense. Set aside the fact that we are also experiencing wilder weather each and every year in more unpredictable circumstances. But more people are paying more in rates, fees and charges to, as the LNP like to say, live, work and play in this city. But when it comes to essential infrastructure like these drainage projects that they expect from their council, they get cut, they get delayed. I'd be shocked to see these proceed on time and on budget with the LNP in charge of these as well. It's not lost on us, of course, where these upgrades are happening. One in the Hamilton ward, one of the safest LNP wards in Brisbane, and another one in Paddington ward, which they're still very upset about having lost. And, I'm sure Councillor Chongwa appreciates the project here. However, yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, on Labor preferences, they lost that ward, of course. But I know they haven't given up on getting it back, the LNP, of course. And I'm sure they'll waltz around in 2028 pointing to projects like this and say how great are the LNP, they're delivering this, and hope that people elsewhere don't notice that they've missed out entirely under the LNP. So the Lord Mayor promised lower rates, yet they continue to increase, promised lower spending, but he didn't say where that lower spending was going to occur. And if people knew that he was planning to spend $342 a day on international travel in 2025 alone, perhaps they would have voted differently. And if people, when they soon find out, as from what we understand, the Lord Mayor's jet-setting off again in April to LA.
Councillor Cassidy, can you please come back to Councillor Cassidy? I'm speaking.
I'm sorry.
Can you please come back to the report? You have drifted very, very far away from C&D, so please come back to C&D.
We've got something the Lord Mayor might like to wear over there, although I don't think he'd be terribly welcomed in LA with that, unfortunately. But so Lord Mayor, unfortunately, as we look at these projects before us today, see where the priority needs to be, and we know these are two of a very long list. I know that there are, and some of them are small projects when it comes to drainage. They might be curb and channel works where water is pooling and can't get to a gully trap, for instance. They might be big, where those pipes need to be replaced. They might be massive, where entire creek networks are funneling into inadequate, undersized drains, like we're seeing before us here today. But we shouldn't just be seeing the odd one or two in this instance come through. The point that I was making is that the LNP have their priorities all wrong, Chair. When we see this superfluous spending on themselves, on largesse, on advertising, on catering, on travel, but we don't see enough being put into the suburbs of Brisbane, people get jack of it pretty quickly. And we see the Lord Mayor, when it comes to doing projects like this, will say that infrastructure upgrades will improve flooding. And yet, when he's addressing the probably hundreds of projects that are listed in my ward and in neighbouring wards and other wards that are flood affected, he'll then go around saying, well, you can't build your way out of a floodplain. And so people must look at those two halves of what the Lord Mayor says and think that he is being hypocritical in his approach. But that is, that's the kind of classic behaviour that turns people off engaging with council. But then, so when you think of it, you follow that logical route down, that's exactly what the Lord Mayor wants. He wants people to stop engaging with council, being having a critical lens on what their elected representatives are actually doing. Fly right on under the radar and hope they get away with it. So when people see these projects proceeding, they will probably say, that's good, it took you far too long, because realistically you've been spending way too much money on other things. That's about as good as it'll get if you continue down this path for the LNP. What we actually need is a much bigger focus on delivering in the suburbs of Brisbane. There's plenty of money in council. There's plenty of things we can cut back on, like the Lord Mayor's overseas travel, particularly his trip to LA in April this year. Maybe they can sign the sister city agreement on Teams or something, because quite clearly the council budget is in crisis. Maybe we don't need the Lord Mayor flying overseas. When we have a congestion crisis, housing crisis and a budget crisis here in Brisbane City Council.
Drainage, please.
Thanks.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on items C and D. And I would start by just providing a little bit of context. As most councillors would know, Brisbane has one of the largest drainage systems in the country. It spans around 4,000 kilometres of pipes and more than 90,000 drains. So it's a big effort to look after our city's drainage network. In fact, if you were to put it into perspective, our drainage system would run all the way down to Adelaide and all the way back. Our officers and contractors do a great job looking after the drainage in our city, but of course we live on a floodplain and that comes with many, many challenges. And we have a stormwater network that we do have to support that. And we do projects like the ones before us today to address some of those issues that come with a growing city. We have proved over many, many years that we have a strong track record on delivering for this city. In fact, over the last 5 years, Madam Chair, we've spent around $450 million on drainage in the city, so that's no small amount. Madam Chair, back to the two items, though. Item C, as the Deputy Mayor spoke about, are the drainage improvements proposed for Gebby Street in Kelvin Grove, and it is an important continuation of the work that's already underway this financial year to upgrade the drainage network in that area. The upgrade focuses on replacing an ageing and undersized stormwater pipe underneath 33 Gebby Street. Our city was built a long time ago. The size of the pipes that we had there were right for that time, and across the network we do identify that there are some that need upgrading, and this happens to be one of it because it's reached the end of its service life. So the new pipe will increase the stormwater flow, which will provide improved capacity and flood resilience. To progress this particular project, we're seeking Council's endorsement to engage with the Queensland Government regarding the acquisition of several small but very essential easements. As the Deputy Mayor said, it amounts to a total of 93 square metres, and that's 17 square metres on 26 Park Street, 11 square metres on 36 Park Street next door, and 65 square metres at 33 Gebby Street, which sits directly behind them. We've spoken to the neighbours. They are all in support, and we are looking to progress this for the neighbourhood. Turning now to item D, which is another significant piece of work to improve stormwater management across our suburbs. This item seeks approval for Council to apply for an easement required to deliver drainage upgrades along McIntyre Street in Hendra. The existing infrastructure in this area is nearing the end of its service life, and as the suburb has grown, Madam Chair, and with an increased number of properties now relying on the infrastructure, it's time to do this upgrade. So to improve the drainage capacity and its ability to handle the higher demand, we plan to install a new 1,350mm pipe. The pipe will extend from the end of McIntyre Street through private property at 400 Nudgee Road and then across to an existing open channel at 116 Gurla Road. Once this has been delivered, the works will improve the flood resilience for residents living between Newmarket Street, Gurla Road and McIntyre Street. As with most projects of its nature, we need an easement to build and maintain the drainage asset. That means requesting permission for a permanent easement spanning 275 square metres at 400 Nudgee Road. The stormwater infrastructure we install will funnel water through to the creek next door, which runs along the property. The pipes will also connect to the previous work we've done in that local area, Madam Chair. Last financial year, we upgraded the stormwater infrastructure running adjacent to McIntyre Street, which leads to the property at 400 Nudgee Road. In the years before that, we also completed drainage improvements along Goodwood Street and Newmarket Street in Hendra. Our design teams have put a lot of effort and thought into the design work along the McIntyre Drainage Relief Project that we're discussing here today, Madam Chair. We will continue to do the work that we need to do to improve drainage for our city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. This Gebby Street Kelvin Grove drainage upgrade project is replacing a section of old, undersized pipe between Park and Gebby Streets that has reached the end of its useful life. This project aligns closely with the objectives of Gebby Street Kelvin Grove drainage investigation conducted in 2023. This was a study of existing local stormwater network council commissioned following the collapse of the existing stormwater pipe under private property of Gebby Street in May 2023. As these 80-year-old undersized stormwater pipes collapsed, new pipes were required to go around the endangered properties, replacing those that previously went under the dwelling. This new upgrade will help reduce the occurrence of sewer overflows during the storm events. Larger pipes were installed, so on paper it will provide residents along the natural drainage path with 10-year average recurrence interval immunity from stormwater flooding. However, we now know these flood interval classifications don't correlate with the actual occurrences of flooding in our new climate change reality. Due to the local topography of the area, the overland flow path goes through private properties, so this project requires underground drainage easements through multiple properties. This project was listed in this year's the years of 24-25 budget and is actually already well underway. It started in November last year and is due to be completed by the end of March this year. As I have said in these chambers previously, this council is under-investing in stormwater upgrades. This year's budget delivered dangerous cuts to stormwater resilience at a time when Brisbane can least afford it. $37.4 million was stripped from the stormwater and drainage budgets in a city where a so-called 1 in 100-year floods are hitting every few years. So I welcome this Gebby Street project in Kelvin Grove as one of the lucky projects approved by this LNP Council administration. I thank the administration for funding this project. However, in reality, the main reason this project received funding when others didn't is because 80-year-old stormwater pipes actually collapsed under private property on Gebby Street. It is well known that this Liberal National Party has for decades actively undermined climate change awareness and action. For the many communities desperately waiting for stormwater upgrades, they may also have to wait until local stormwater pipes collapse.
Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise to speak on item D. I want to talk today about the Shrinner Council's strong and ongoing investment in drainage infrastructure across our city, including in the Hamilton ward. We're investing in our suburbs. Drainage isn't glamorous. You don't always see it. It's underground, behind the scenes, but it's absolutely critical to how our city functions, especially in Brisbane, with our subtropical climate and extreme weather events. Under the Shrinner Council, we've made it a priority to invest in smarter, stronger and more resilient drainage systems. This is about preparing our city not just for today's weather, but for the future. In particular, I want to highlight the McIntyre Street drainage project that will increase the drainage capacity by installing a 1,350mm pipe to an outlet in an existing open channel on council-owned land at 116 Gurla Road, Hendra. It's also coincidentally near the home of the All Stars Baseball Club too, so I had to get a shout out for them today, Chair. A terrific club. The works will also include micro-tunnelling to ease the disruption to private residents and also ensure that the surrounding businesses can continue without disruption. So it's a great outcome all round. Our council's investment in drainage is also closely linked to our flood resilience work. Brisbane has learnt hard lessons from past flood events, and this Shrinner Council has been committed to applying those lessons. By improving stormwater capacity and water flow, we reduce the impact of heavy rainfall and help water move through the system more efficiently. So for the residents, the benefit is simple: fewer disruptions, safer streets, reduced flood risk and greater confidence during the storm season. I want to acknowledge that drainage projects do take time, so this will take about 2 years, but I think it will be well worth it. I think the residents will be very happy with the upgraded infrastructure. As the local council for Hamilton Ward, I will continue to advocate strongly for drainage investment in our local area. But I'm delighted that this project is happening and that we've reached an outcome with the owner to get the easement underway, because investing in drainage is really about investing in our people, investing in our suburbs, protecting our homes, supporting businesses and ensuring our city remains safe, livable and resilient. I commend item D to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I'd like to talk about these two particular drainage projects in the context of other drainage that's needed right across Brisbane, of course, not just in my ward. Great that these two projects are going forward. They're really, I suppose, maintenance of existing infrastructure, at least certainly in Paddington. 80 years old, that's a pretty fair age. but I've got infrastructure out my way in the Inala area that's 70 years old. And so it's in dire straits in a lot of cases as well. And this is the problem. We are not spending the amount of money that we need to maintain our existing network. And of course, we're not really spending enough to try to build additional network capacity as well. But we really need to maintain what we've got. And and of course, you know, and that's a big ask. I know it's a big ask. We should probably be spending, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars, you know, to try to maintain our existing network. And we're not doing it because we've focused on other things that people can see being built. But you won't get the Lord Mayor out, news at 5, I'm building a drain, I'm repairing a drain. You're never going to see him on the TV saying that, right? I mean, there'll probably be something expressed somewhere, living in Brisbane or something like that, maybe, a little picky or something, but who knows? But anyways, I've got an issue out my way, like these here, like the one in Paddington, right? We've got a problem in Swallow Street right in front of...
Just stick to the ones that we're talking about today, C and D, please.
I'm sorry, Councillor Davis spoke about right across Brisbane.
Councillor Strunk, come back
so
to
why
item...
am I being nuts?
No, come back to item C and D. You're not the chair.
I will compare the infrastructures, right? I'm sorry.
No.
That's fair.
We're discussing items C and D.
Swallow Street, right in front of the PCYC, it's been on the list
Councillor?
to be done for the last 8 years to...
Councillor? Councillor Strunk, I asked you to stop talking, please. Just resume your seat. When I've asked you to stop going away from C and D, please do so. You just totally ignored what I said. Councillor Strunk, and she is the chair. And Councillor, I've asked you to come back to C and D. If you have finished talking about C or D...
This is unfair.
Councillor, I tell you what, how about you raise it in general business? There's complete 5 minutes in general business to talk about it, all right? But right now, item C and D, please. That's what's on the agenda.
Okay. But I don't know why Councillor Davis, you know, Tracy Davis gets to do it anytime she likes.
Further speakers. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too rise to speak on item C. Madam Chairman, just looking at the ENC documents, there's one section there in the documents before us that is really quite a bit of a standout. But before I get to that component, listening to Councillor Cassidy, I'll take that interjection. Yes, it was, Councillor Adam, and it was very interesting. You would think Brisbane's underwater. Like, not only is the sky falling down, but it's raining 365 days a week, and the whole place is underwater. And again, listening to Councillor
Point of order.
One moment, Councillor Toomey. Point
Chair,
of order,
honestly,
Councillor
could you bring Councillor Toomey back to the...
C and D.
C and D.
Councillor Toomey, we're discussing C and D. If you can come back to those, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I do thank Councillor Strunk for giving me the opportunity to again talk about what Councillor Cassidy said in his debate, as well as Councillor Chong-Wah, who also mentioned climate change being the cause of this stormwater. But and that brings me to the exact point in the ENC documents. The drains were installed in the 1940s under a Labor Lord Mayor in an overland flow path. He put the drains in a creek and covered them up, then put a house on them. Of course they're going to collapse. And there must be something in the name Jones, because there was another Jones that did exactly the same thing that I recall. And I think his first name was Clem. It was. Thank you, Councillor Adam. So we've got the Joneses putting all the drains in the creeks, then burying the creeks, then putting houses on top. Over time, of course they're going to collapse. It's not climate change, it's gravity. Gravity is the cause of these drains falling in. Not only that, Madam Chairman, gravity having a significant effect on the drains, it's also got to do with the type of material that the drains are made of. They are possibly clay pipes, cemented end on end. You know, these were old materials used back in the day. So, Madam Chairman, it brings me to the ENC submission. If you want a drain done right, you get a Liberal council to install the drain. You make sure that the Lord Mayor's last name is not Jones and it's actually Schrinner, and the job will get done right. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further speakers? Yep, Councillor Massey.
I rise briefly to get a couple of things on the record. Firstly, of course, to begin with, on both item C and D, incredibly supportive of drainage projects. I know that in my ward that we're desperately needing them. So it is really important that these drainage projects did happen. But it's important to know that it is undeniable that the LNP Council is not delivering enough of these projects. Through you, Chair, Councillor Chong-Wah talked about a $37 million cut in drainage projects in the 2025 and 26 budget. Through you, Chair, Councillor Chong-Wah talked about once in a 100-year floods happening every couple of years. And so it's important to note, while these projects I support completely, the idea that we're cutting $37 million plus from drainage projects across the city, while our city experiences more unstable, unpredictable and dramatic, not only wet weather events, but also heating events. These are not comparable and we should be doing better. I think it's important to state that we support drainage projects as the Greens. Brisbane City Council is a $4.1 billion budget currently, and budget's about choices that we make. And it's about decisions, and it is the decision of the LNP administration to cut the drainage budget, and it is the decision of the LNP administration to promote certain ones. And as through you, Chair, as Councillor Chong-Wah said, this was very specific to the fact that this drain completely collapsed. This was not a case where the drain was tagged for collapse or it was preventative or proactively approached. It's important to know that, because I think every single councillor in this chamber is trying to proactively get upgrades to the drainage in certain areas across each of their wards so that we don't have a drain collapse and that we don't have to come in afterwards. And so, again, the Greens are very supportive of these drainage projects, but I just want to make sure that we got that on the record. I dare hope, and I am hopeful, through you, Chair, and I appeal through you, Chair, to Councillor Davis, that we get an increase in drainage in the future budget, because I think drainage is important for every single councillor in this chamber, and it's an important way that we can help support our communities, not only fight climate change, but be preventative, resilient and active for what we know will be more unpredictable weather events. Thank you.
Further speakers? No further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the councillors.
Oh, sorry, if the Lord Mayor. No, it was the Deputy Mayor. Yeah. Hang on just 1 minute. Because the Lord Mayor moved the actual motions at the beginning of the meeting has the right of reply, apparently. Lord Mayor. Do you want to speak, Deputy Mayor?
I thought it was the Deputy. Point of order. Wasn't it the Deputy Mayor? Yes. Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Massey.
From my understanding, it was Deputy Mayor Cunningham that moved the point.
No, E&C was moved by the Lord Mayor, and then when they were divided up, we spoke on each one. So that's the protocol. No right of reply, Lord Mayor. Okay, we'll now put items C and D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have
Division.
it. Division called by Councillor Adamant, seconded by Councillor Givney. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 26 in favour.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Toomey, Public Transport Committee.
Point of order.
One moment, please, Councillor Toomey. Point of order,
I'm just
Councillor
wondering how
Tonghua.
much time is left for this meeting.
Yeah, we've got just over 10 minutes. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 3rd of February 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Toomey, seconded by Councillor Adamant, that the report of the Public Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 3rd of February 2026 be adopted. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Last week, the committee heard from the General Manager for Transport Operations, Brett Howie, on the third instalment and the final presentation of the history of the public transport in Brisbane. Madam Chairman, it covered dates from the 1990s right through to the present day, and what an incredible uplift in service there has been in that time, with highlights including the opening of the Queen Street bus station, the introduction of city cats and accessible buses. Much has changed in the last 30 years. These are some of the big-ticket items which we would know and see on our day-to-day basis. However, many of the achievements within Brisbane Transport were behind the scenes as well. In 2001, the introduction of the HASTA system was incorporated into our bus operations. Councillors may recall the contract for the continuation of HASTAS in July last year, when we continued our licence for the ongoing use of the system. The HASTA system allows for timetabling planning, like factoring in route structures, layover times, operational constraints, crew scheduling and rostering, and also vehicle scheduling. It assigns vehicles for trips efficiently, reducing dead running and improving fleet utilisation, modelling and integration with TransLink and the wider public transport network. Not something we can physically see, but supports how the city moves every day of the week. Some other significant changes in the network which the city would be unrecognisable without, include the incorporation of the bus zones. For those in the chamber, the buzz routes are the white J-poles. And they were introduced around the same time as a go-card in the first step away from cash and ticketing. I don't know if anybody in the chamber remembers the old 10 punch card you used to get? Yes. Yeah? Does anybody have any of those anymore? But it used to buy you 10 trip. And then you'd get the weekend for free. That's it, 10 trip saver. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it was like you'd go to work and then fun on the weekend was for free. It was great. It was a great system. Not as good as 50-cent fares, but I digress. In recognition of the growing outer suburbs, the Willawong Bus Depot was opened in 2009, supporting an investment in public transport on Brisbane's south side. And of course, the city would be unrecognisable without the blue glider and the maroon glider, which services not just my community in the Gap ward, but the whole city. And actually, Councillor Adamant and I were lamenting this morning about how horrible it would be for the city if the blue glider actually went to Lang Park. I'll take that interjection. I will. Last time today, I swear, Councillor Adam, I won't mention Lang Park again. Lang Park. More recent achievements, which have included the introduction of the double-decker City Cats, the launch of the Brisbane Metro, and the state-of-the-art Rochdale Depot. These are just the highlights, but they all tell a great story about this council's investment in public transport. I'm proud to be part of a team that has delivered the lion's share of these investments, and the work we are doing to keep Brisbane moving. Chair, I commend the report to the chamber and I leave further debate for the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And it was great to have this report come to the Transport Committee, the third instalment. It's been quite a journey to hear about. Yeah, I've been hanging out with Councillor Toomey too much. All his puns are contagious. No, it's been great to reflect on the history of public transport in our great city. And this presentation was particularly interesting, I thought, because we can all agree that the 90s were such a transformative time for public transport in Brisbane. And the reason for that, of course, is we had a great visionary Labor council delivering for the people of Brisbane, and not only delivering things that we all know and love now, like City Cats. I am old enough to remember when they first got brought in, and having grown up in Hawthorn, that was my main public transport opportunity to get to school, high school, every single day. And I am so grateful, along with millions of other Brisbane residents, for Labor's legacy of City Cats, unlocking our river network. And who voted against the introduction of City Cats? It was the Liberals, of course, at the time. So just going back in our history of who delivers for the people of Brisbane, it's always Labor. In such a short period of time as well, it'd be remiss of me not to mention the busways and Labor's legacy of delivering billions of dollars worth of infrastructure that is still used to this day. Ferries around millions of residents as they get to and from work, school and move around our city, and that is a legacy that will carry on for years and years and years, thanks to a Labor council. These are things that we were able to deliver back in the day, and it is through great vision and focus on what really matters to the people of Brisbane that we were able to do this. It was upon reflecting on this period of time and how transformative it was for public transport for the people of Brisbane. What we saw back then, of course, was great collaboration between all levels of government, especially between council and the state government. working together to deliver this amazing infrastructure that is still used to this very day to move people around our city. It is absolutely incredible. What we also talked about was more recent changes, of course, to public transport in Brisbane. And of course, you know, it's important to reflect upon even just the most recent of bus network changes. And we know that under the LNP, their legacy, if you look back over time, you can see services are chipped away at and cut every single opportunity that the LNP get. That's their legacy. So on one hand, you've got a Labor council who revolutionised public transport and the way people move around in Brisbane that's having a lasting impact to this very day, versus the LNP who cut public transport services on the river network and on the bus network any opportunity that they get. You know, we can talk about just in my own ward. Very recently, just over a year ago, we saw, you know, hundreds of CityCat services cut by the LNP Council while we're having conversations about moving potentially thousands of residents in right next door. This is what the LNP does. This is what they stand for. Look at what they do. So it's been great to reflect on the long history, you know, only having 5 minutes to reflect on what's essentially 30 years worth, but the high-level summary you can take away from this presentation on reflecting on history of Brisbane's public transport is Labor delivers for the people of Brisbane, and all the LNP ever want to do is cut.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say something really briefly on this. While I'm not on the Transport Committee anymore, I was kicked off a little bit over a year ago, and there's something really important that I just want us to say, which is the example of when we sit here and we hear the LNP councillors stand up and talk about how great everything is. But I wanted to talk really quickly about the second West End ferry terminal, which this LNP council put in their own neighbourhood plan in 2011. It is now 2026. It is not delivered. It is not a priority. It's in the LGIP now. I'll continue speaking about it. But that's the exact example when we talk about public transport and expanding the public transport system, especially for density areas. We're literally talking about an LNP council who were in power at the time, who knew that density was coming to the area, who understood that a second ferry terminal was needed because there is 5.5 kilometres between South Brisbane, well, South Bank ferry terminal, all the way to the second West End terminal, where there is not a single terminal, where on the other side, the LNP seats, there are 4 other terminals. So, yes, it's great that from time to time we get some expansions and additions, but we're also talking about an LNP council that is cutting services. We're talking about an LNP council that has made promises through their own legislation, through their own neighbourhood plans that they passed, that their own administration put in place, and then have since forgotten. And I think it's really important to get that on the record. I won't stop fighting for the West End second ferry terminal, and I think it's about time this council builds it.
Councillor, thank you. And all councillors, under the provision of section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So I'll now put the Public Transport Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried.
Point of order. Sorry.
Point of order, Councillor Strunk.
You moved on to the infrastructure?
Yes, we're now going to do infrastructure.
May I ask that clause C and E be taken seriatim for voting purposes together?
Together. Okay. Councillor Massey.
Point of order, Chair. Could I please ask, is that C and E? Could I please ask that B and D are also taken in seriatim for voting?
B and D together?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All good. So we'll now move on item A. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. We'll now move on item B. All those, B and D. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Division put by Councillor Chongwa, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 2 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to items C and E. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Chongwan, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Massey. Oh, I thought you were at the mic. Councillor Cassidy, seconded. Ayes to my right, noes to the left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 5 against and 3 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. We'll now... Yes, point of order?
Would you like to move to
We've already voted on that. Yeah, thank you. We'll now move to Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to Customer Services Committee. All those in favour say aye. Those against, sorry, those against no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to the Community and the Arts Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. Those against no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to the Finance and City Governance Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I have a petition from residents on the north side calling for upgrades on the Moreton Bay Cycleway at Bungama Street.
Any other petitions? Councillor Adderman, can I please have a motion for receipt of the petitions?
Yes, you can, Chair. I move that petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
Has been moved by Councillor Adderman, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? Councillors, will now move to general business. Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to touch on two issues today. I wanted to talk a little bit further about housing and the issues that were discussed before on housing, and also public transport. I wanted to have a chat in the Transport Committee, but obviously we ran out of time. So on housing, I was talking about my prediction that Labor would vote for those two items, and they did, and even the Greens did, which is remarkable. And so I thank them for doing the right thing, but you know, they actually have to decide whether they really want more housing supply or they don't, because it's one thing to say they do, it's one thing to vote the right way, but if they continue in the community trying to stir up opposition to changes that are happening and changes that will boost supply, then people will rightly question whether they're truly committed to more housing supply. And on that vein, they claim to be the only ones interested in affordable housing. And I pointed out the record at the state government level where they had the golden opportunity to reach their aspirational target, and they failed dismally. And in fact, housing supply didn't even meet the demand of affordable and social housing when they were in office. So this is not a theoretical claim here. This is what actually happened. But if you look at just what happened last week, I think it was mentioned already, the federal Labor government, who has boldly claimed they want to deliver 1 million new houses in Australia, wants to sell $3 billion worth of government land at Defence Force bases. And these are not defence bases in the sticks. Some of them are right in the centre of Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, in these places that could easily accommodate new homes. And how many social homes will be part of Labor's federal plan for these defence sites? Not one. And in fact, Labor's stated aim is to maximise the profits from the sale of that land. So you cannot take anything that Labor says seriously when it comes to social and affordable housing. At the state level, they had the ability over a decade to deliver and they failed. At the federal level, they have the ability right now, if they really believe, to do something, yet they're interested in maximising the financial return. But why is that? Is it because they're bad people? No. It's because that aspirational targets do not work.
That's right.
Like, you've actually got to do what works. And, yeah, sure, governments can build more social housing, and we support that. And it's great to see that the efforts are gearing up. But trying to force other people to build that kind of housing almost always fails. And so we've talked many times in the chamber about the record of the London mayor, who came in with the big target of affordable housing. 50% of all new homes in London were going to be affordable. It didn't work. Supply dropped. He then said, oh, we'll reduce that to 35%. It still didn't work. And now he's reduced it further to 20%. Let me guess, it won't work. And so you've got to rely on what works, and trying to force other people to meet government obligations is not going to work. But having said that, the market can rise to the occasion and provide supply, just like it did in 2016 and 2017 in Brisbane. Labor opposed it. They then complained about an oversupply of apartments. And so we need to do what we can to increase supply, but forcing extra costs onto builders will not increase supply. Finally, on public transport, I just wanted to say, Councillor Collier took us down memory lane about city cats, and apparently we're against city cats. Now, our predecessors did have some concerns, but we actually had a conversion on the road to Damascus about city cats, and we've been the biggest advocates of city cats ever since. And when Labor left office, I think there were 8 city cats. There are now 24 city cats. Including double-decker city cats and kitty cats as well. We've invested in terminals, we've expanded the network. We've been the biggest advocates and supporters of city cats and the ferry network ever in the history of Brisbane. Did you say something, Mr. Acting Chair?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Collier was calling now, so I tried to tell her. Councillor Collier, stop calling out. Stop calling out. You are the only voice I could hear when Lord Mayor was speaking. So, Lord Mayor.
And so Labor started something good. We doubled down and we made it even better. We expanded the network. 8 boats up to 24 boats. And so our investment will continue. Our love for city cats will continue. Thank you.
Further speaker, Councillor Strong.
Good. Listen, I'm glad the chair pulled me up earlier in the meeting because the Lord Mayor wasn't in the chamber to hear this. So. Over the last 8 years, we submitted to the Lord Mayor's budget a drainage issue that we have outside of the PCYC in Swallow Street, Inala. The PCYC is under threat every time there is a large rain event. 2011, of course, we had the floods, and of course 2022 with the floods as well. And what happens is that the way the road was designed and the drainage onto the driveway causes a great flow of water off that road down into the PCYC area through to the lower section. Now, the PCYC over the years have done all sorts of things to try to mitigate that, right? They've got pumps down there. They built barriers, right? But water will seek its level and will find a way of getting into the basketball court and now the $2 million gym. That's the equipment costs, probably more now. And it's got to the point where their insurance company now is saying, we're probably not going to insure you for that flood event anymore because it happens too often. Now, there was in the infrastructure committee today, we saw a new type of drain, right, which is being rolled out in Brisbane, which may actually be helpful right across the driveway, which is where all the water comes in from. And there's just nothing to stop it from going down the hill, basically. But this new drain that I saw today in the presentation is something that is very cost effective. I think it said it's 1/3 of the cost of culverts and drainage and culverts. So I just asked the Lord Mayor to have a look at that, right, to see if there's something we can do to help the PCYC. It's the biggest PCYC in Queensland. It's got the biggest membership, and it's self-sufficient too, by the way. They don't actually have to draw down much money from head office. So they've been very successful, but they do need to have this looked at. Secondly, the Tet Festival that was going to start this weekend on Friday and Saturday has now been postponed until the following weekend. I know the Lord Mayor has been told about it, and of course Councillor Hutton as well. Because they were going to be in attendance. It's a big call from the new president, Q1, but she's made that call, and we're all going to back her, and we're just going to hope the following weekend doesn't see a big rain event threatening the festival again. So I'd just like to point out that she's a new president, and she's made a big call, and I really support her for that call. Lastly, Albert Holt, which the Lord Mayor covered over, an Indigenous elder in my area, Indigenous elder for Australia, really, who is an author, right, twice, and he's done so much for the Indigenous community in my area and across Queensland. The memorial service is going to be at the Nissan Stadium on the 17th, and I thank the council for putting on the buses which is going to take a lot of the Indigenous community that would have difficult getting to Nissan Stadium across to there for the memorial service. And I thank the Lord Mayor and the Chair of Transport for making that happen, because it's very important that as many people, and the Nissan Stadium will hold about 3,000 people, and they're expecting it to be a pretty good turnout. So, which is great for the family, because they've been working hard to try to make it happen, but they needed to find a good-sized venue that made sense and that had parking and all sorts of other issues that came up. So I'll finish my remarks there. Thank you, Chair.
Further speaker, Councillor Gifney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to acknowledge the outstanding success of our 2026 Aussie Day Brekkie held on Monday the 26th at George Clayton Park in Manly. It was all very much about Wynnum, but also Manly. And despite the heat being in full force, the Bay provided the perfect backdrop for a wonderful community event. This annual breakfast remains one of the most significant community gatherings in the Wynnum-Manly ward, and this year was no exception. Thousands of residents came together for a free, family-friendly morning of food, entertainment and connection. The strong turnout and positive atmosphere reflected the strength of our community spirit and the value residents place on inclusive, locally delivered events. Importantly, this event was only possible through strong partnerships between council, local businesses, community organisations and volunteers. And I would like to formally place on the record my sincere thanks to the many volunteers and groups and sponsors who contributed to its success. Now, I hope I don't forget anybody. The first I want to acknowledge is our major sponsor, David Pearce from Bayside Property Agents, for his generous and continued support of community events and clubs that bring our people together. His partnership enabled us to deliver an event of this scale at no cost to families. His enthusiasm for our Bayside community is greatly appreciated. I also acknowledge our sponsors whose contributions supported every aspect of the morning. Lipke Smash Repairs and Towing sponsored the Rotary Barbecue Tent. Australian Country Choice provided 3,500 sausages, and Port of Brisbane sponsored the inflatable water slide, jumping castle and obstacle course, which were extremely popular in the heat. The Waterloo Bay Hotel sponsored the face painting. Perry's Fruit Market provided fresh fruit for everyone. Wynnum RSL Club sponsored the damper, tea and coffee. Keyed In Electrical sponsored the first aid tent. The Wynnum Manly Leagues Club provided in-kind sponsorship of prizes, flyer printing and distribution, and Bunnings Manly West donated gift cards for the activities, including Best Dressed, Heads and Tails and the iconic thong toss. Thanks to GMR Security for maintaining the site safely, particularly overnight in challenging wind conditions. John went above and beyond in the wind to ensure that our marquees were safe. Thank you to Look at Me Airtime for donating drone footage capturing the scale of the event, and you can see this on our socials and our beautiful bay as well. The Lord Mayor's Community Fund supported the wildlife show, petting zoo, icy poles and live entertainment, whilst True Blue Sound Hire and Sound and Stage Management partially donated their contribution in kind. Equally important are the community groups and volunteers who gave their time and energy to make this event possible. I sincerely thank the Rotary Club of Wynnum and Manly. They are the barbecue kings and queens. Your team worked so well in the considerable heat. It's 3,500 sausages and we ran out with an hour to go, so we know we need to get more next year. Thanks to Scope Wynnum, who hosted the Australia Day Awards, the colouring in competition and handed out the fruit. Thanks to Quota International Wynnum Manly for doing the tea, coffee, damper and Anzac biscuits that were made by the Waterloo Bay Leisure Centre. Thanks to the Wynnum Manly Red Cross for making sure everyone had cold water, and we were entertained by our amazing MC, Ranger Stacey, the Queensland Services Heritage Band Association, Bayside Brass and local duo Kate and Isaac. We had displays from the Wynnum RSL Club, Bayside Woodturners and Woodcrafters, the Brisbane Bayside Steam Railway Society, the Wynnum Scout Group, who also erected our flagpoles, the Vikings Football Club for hosting the thong throw, the Wynnum and District Rugby Club for those cold water bottles. They were very well received. We also had the Coast Guard QF2, Nathan from PCYC Bayside with his speed gun, clocking how fast the kids could run, the YMCA Wynnum handing out 1,000 Lamingtons, the the FXFJ Holden Club of Queensland had over 25 beautiful vintage Holdens on display. We had a wildlife show with a crocodile, snake and koala. Thank you to Hannah from Duagula Wildlife. Old McDonald Farms supplied our petting zoo, and Jason from the team from Bouncy Giggles Inflatables. We were so thankful that our emergency services, including the Fire and Rescue Department, the Queensland Police, and the Queensland Police Service and the ambulances all came. It was such a wonderful day, and this partnership could not have happened without Wynnum Commerce Inc, and I'm extremely proud of what we achieved on the day. I commend all involved and thank them for their continued commitment to strengthening our Bayside community and providing our city with so much to do.
Further speaker, Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'm speaking on the massive rise in missed rubbish bins. We have seen a drastic increase in missed rubbish bins in the last few years by council contractors. The Lord Mayor, through the Chair, has been quoted in the news media responding to this issue that, and I quote, "It's a fundamental responsibility of local government to make sure we deal with waste and that we give people value for money for services that they're paying for." In the 25-26 financial year, Brisbane City Council ratepayers will pay a total of $512.96 per year for the universal waste charge. How can we ask our residents to pay this when we have seen a fundamental failure in our rubbish bin collection service? Let's review the data obtained of missed bins reported citywide up until August last year. In 2022-23, there were approximately 24,000 missed bin complaints. In 23-24, it rose to over 32,000. And in 24-25, in the last available statistics, a whopping 59,000 missed bins. This is an increase of 85% in missed bins in just the last year. In the last 3 years, until August last year, this data suggests an increase in missed bin reports by 150%. Many residents may not be reporting their missed bins, so there may be more, many more. Viola, the contractor, was awarded a $900 million, 15-year-long contract to manage waste for Brisbane residents, nearly $1 billion. The data has been trending up over several years. Why has this LNP Council not addressed this critical problem 2 years ago, or at least 1 year ago? The Lord Mayor was also reported in news media reporting saying, "I am not happy with the performance of the contractor in recent times." But at the same time, he's also defended the missed bins as being less than 1% of all collections. If this council allows for a 1% missed bin rate, that would allow for 330,000 missed bins a year and potentially 330,000 more complaints to the council call centre in 1 year. If this is what is written into Viola's contract as acceptable, the Lord Mayor needs to find a new job. This is just abysmal management of a core council service. The Lord Mayor and this LNP Council have given no information on why we have seen such a massive increases in missed bins for over 150% in 3 years. Why is there no transparency on why this is happening? Is the contractor cutting costs or cutting staff? Are the contractor's staff not happy about conditions? In the 3 years between 2022 and 2025, the missed bin complaints from the residents in the Paddington ward have also doubled. My staff are struggling with the amount of additional complaints going through our office. So I know the council call centre is also getting a heavy load of complaints. With nearly 60,000 bins being missed in 1 year, it's likely there will be thousands more people complaining about their missed bins. We saw this LNP Council introducing a new policy last week in these chambers to manage abusive customer conduct. Obviously, I don't condone aggressive or abusive communication. Council staff don't deserve that. But if the council isn't fixing the problems that residents are frustrated with, of course the call centre are likely to have to deal with more angry residents. Rather than addressing the root problem, this LNP administration is instead trying to manage a huge influx of frustrated residents by creating a hostile customer complaints policy that threatens to cut off residents completely. This LNP Council are driving major cuts to council staff, large cuts to council maintenance across the city, of our parks, our public toilets, our footpaths, and now we're seeing a core rubbish collection services failing our residents.
Further speaker, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise tonight in GB to speak very briefly about the Blush Festival. Now, we on this side of the chamber know that Brisbane already has the best lifestyle, and in fact we call it Australia's lifestyle capital, and it continues to capture global attention, and it's one of the best places in the world to visit. But did you know that Brisbane also has the highest number of romance writers, filmmakers and artists in all of Australia?
City of Love.
So we are officially the City of Love. Thank you, Lord Mayor. So as a result, we also now have Australia's only dedicated romance film and book festival, which is known as the Blush Romance Festival. What's even better is that it's held right here in Coorparoo. So after a sold-out event last year, Blush has now expanded into a 2-day festival. They're in a larger venue this year. There's more author panels, a major screen premiere, live podcasts, free events and immersive experiences for everyone. It's on at Coorparoo Square, and when else to do it but the Valentine's Day weekend. So there's a mix of ticketed and free events. The festival will kick off with an opening night screening of Wuthering Heights at Dendy Cinemas. And of course, then the next morning there'll be a recovery event, which I'll be hosting. I'm incredibly proud to support this event, which adds to our local lifestyle in Coorparoo and the eastern suburbs. It is about creating more to see and do locally for our residents. Just while I have the floor, I'd like to commend the festival organisers and founders, Sue-Ann Chapman and Kylie Pascoe, who have many, many years and experience in events and film production, and they love to create experiences that bring people together and make a positive impact in our community. So I'd like to commend them for the work that they're doing. Thanks, Mr Acting Chair.
Further speaker, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on 2 matters today. The first about the Pollara disaster, and the second motion, not a motion, but just recognition and condolences to a very well-respected family mother in our area. Firstly, I would like to thank the Lord Mayor for his direct response to my recent letter in relation to the 3 top issues in Pollara following the opening of the Pollara school campus 2 weeks ago, seeing 40 minutes of banked-up traffic over 2 k's of road. And I would like to reiterate this again, as unfortunately I didn't see these points addressed in his letter, which is that we are still waiting for a connected footpath over 2 k's of road from one school campus to the other, 2 bus stops that were committed at the 2 financial years ago in their budget, which still haven't been developed yet, as well as Ritchie Road Stage 3 lane widening, which can help alleviate the traffic congestion, as committed by the former LNP councillor at the last election. We have been asking again and again, and I've also got my letter, my second response to the Lord Mayor here today, which I'd like to table so that he can see it again alongside all of his councillors so that they can discuss these important matters. And I also ask again that we urgently meet in person so that he can come and see these matters for himself. In fact, this Saturday we have a Valentine's event in Heathwood Park, just Rotary Park just down the road, which the Lord Mayor and the Lady Mayoress are very welcome to come along to. They can bring all their kids. We're giving out free matcha for 2 hours from 4 to 6 p.m. if you like some iced matcha, and we can have one, and then we can go down, drive down Ritchie Road, and we'll be more than happy to show him all of the traffic and the issues that happen along this place. It is very important that the Lord Mayor comes out and personally visits this area. I've also previously written to him in relation to inviting him to the PNC so he can speak directly to all the parents as well. This issue is beyond politics. We need to make sure that we're working together to make sure that we can address an issue that's well beyond ourselves. And this issue has just blown so out of hand. For $4.1 billion of a budget that we saw last year, this outcome is simply unacceptable. And we will not stop addressing this matter. We will not stop directly writing to the Lord Mayor. In fact, just before the Lord Mayor walked back into the chamber, the opposition councillors here, we were discussing, oh gee, quickly, let's get our motion up, let's talk about this matter so that he can hear it directly in person himself, because for the number of times we've tried to talk to him in person and request these meetings, he hasn't been available to speak directly to our community, which is completely unfair for the rate-paying residents of all of Brisbane City. So these rates should proportionately be addressed in Pollara, which we haven't seen these past few years, and they've had a big opportunity to address that. So my community and I will be eagerly awaiting a better response than the one that the Lord Mayor has provided. Secondly, moving on to my second matter for general business today, I'd like to recognise Sonia Sherian from the Malayali community. She is a very well-loved mother who unfortunately passed away very recently, and a close friend of ours who passed away at the age of 48. She has 3 daughters, many who are very similar to my age as well, and a loving husband named Shaji, who has done a lot of work for the Kairali community, which I know many councillors attend their events for, and also many other Malayali community events. It's a very unfortunate loss, and we will miss her very greatly. We went down to their church in Hillcrest to do a formal prayer just the other day, and their funeral service will be this Saturday in the Mount Gravatt Cemetery, which is Brisbane City Council. So if anyone would like to come along, you're more than welcome to, and we will always miss her and always remember her fondly for all of the great work that she's done for our community. Thank you, Chair.
Further speaker? Councillor Griffith.
Happy if that side has a go. Mr Chair, I've got 3 items to speak on. The first is on speaking in the chamber. The second is on some changes that have come through that I'm noticing is impacting on residents further. And the third is to thank. So I'm going to start with the third first. I'd like to thank 100 young people who came from Brisbane Christian College, and we did a rewilding event in Assembly Street Park at Salisbury, planted 400 trees and shrubs last week. It was a great event. Great to see so many kids, so many young people really enthused by it. We also had a wildlife carer there who was actually able to show and get the kids involved with what we were doing. So it was funded through SAF, or Lord Mayor's Suburban Initiative Fund. But it was through, we were able to appoint OCCA, who did the work, and had council staff there as well. Really good initiative, really gets young people involved, really healthy and fun. Second thing I want to talk about is what Councillor Sandy Landers revealed today is that she vets and chooses who will speak in the chamber. Her role in this chamber is to actually adjudicate it and make sure it is governed fairly. It is to be impartial. It is not to have an LNP councillor vetting speakers because it might raise something that's uncomfortable for the LNP. This is a democratic chamber, and this should be a chamber where people can speak. And I am shocked to hear that Councillor Landers is blocking people from speaking in the chamber. I'll be conveying that to my residents and to the 3 groups that have applied to speak. And yes, I actually believe they have a right to present about how they've been impacted by their bus services being cut. Anyway, so I leave that with the Lord Mayor. This place is just being run like it's a, I don't know, like a bastion for the LNP, and no one else shall have a say, speak or have any point of view here. And the third thing I want to talk about is some changes that have come through that I've noticed for residents. So we have cut yellow lining, apparently. It's not effective, even though it's very, especially when it's been used so effectively in the past, is the wording. But yes, we've stopped yellow lining for driveways because, well, we can't afford it. We can't afford it. There you go. So we're changing our approach. We're changing our approach. So it's another service cut. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And let's see what else is cut. Oh, this is a job for basic footpath maintenance. I laugh when the Lord Mayor says it's all dealt with within an instant. Well, here's one, Lord Mayor. They've logged the job on the 26th of September 25. It was inspected on the 2nd of the 10th, 25. It was delayed for repair on the 4th of the 12th, 25. On the 9th of the 12th, my office followed up again for the residents. And on the 6th of the 2nd, 26, we were told that they won't be getting repaired till the 1st of May this year.
That is a fast response, Lord Mayor. That's how your council is operating, and it's not working. It is not working. We are failing in the suburbs. We are failing the residents of Brisbane on the basics. A yellow line over a driveway near where we're constructing, or the state are constructing a new hospital. This is reasonable, and yet we're not doing it. Repairing a footpath, a basic footpath. This is 101 council. Like collecting rubbish, we're not doing. This is your administration, Lord Mayor. It's been here too long. It's time to go.
Further speaker, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak about Brisbane's Olympic legacy and two key aspects of that, housing and transport. Now, we just heard the Lord Mayor come in during general business to try and mop up what he wasn't able to say during the debate on his own E&C items, and he talked a lot about targets and how apparently bad having a target for affordable housing is. And as the Lord Mayor was saying that and railing against the support of more affordable housing in Brisbane, I was thinking about something that the CEO of Brisbane Housing Company, BHC, said recently, and something that Q Shelter said recently about targets. And they said, and I've talked about this previously, that the importance of having those targets there is that, yes, they are aspirational. It gives you something to work towards. It gives you direction in your policy settings, as well as direct support for the delivery of that affordable housing. But they're not static. They're not set in time. And sometimes they don't work, sometimes they do work. But the important thing is having them there and working towards them. Yeah. Now, the Lord Mayor moved on to have a swipe at the federal government around housing. Can you believe a politician from the Liberal Party who in Canberra for the last 3 years had been actively blocking action on housing affordability, in lockstep with the Greens for a lot of that time, in delaying the delivery of $10 billion in funding support for affordable housing?
Shame.
So we've got a Lib come in here today and say the federal government's not doing enough on affordable housing, when his party, when that rabble that used to be, oh, they are the coalition again this week,
Yeah.
I think, formally this week they are. They weren't last week, they might not be next week. Yeah. Today they are. When they were actively blocking funding for the delivery of affordable housing in the suburbs of Brisbane, particularly targeting vulnerable communities. Women fleeing domestic violence, Lord Mayor. Veterans, Lord Mayor. People who are being pushed aside in the private rental market. The Liberal Party, of which Adrian Schrinner is a proud member and a leader in, and sits on all the highest bodies of the LNP here in Queensland and sets the policy direction for that party, has the gall to come in here and criticise Labor around housing.
Shame.
Absolutely incredible. So what we're going to see between now and the Olympics, Chair, and the Lord Mayor will claim over the next couple of years that there's been an increase in housing supply, particularly from apartment building. And as we know, as we talk to the industry, what they are saying is that we will see a lot of projects being brought forward over the next couple of years in terms of housing supply, but they're not. That isn't extra housing supply. So we're going to have a couple-of-year period where there'll be increased activity in the delivery of units, particularly here in Brisbane, and then we're going to have a 5 to maybe 7-year period where there will be little to no activity. And so the Lord Mayor will run around over the next couple of years and say, look at me, all of these precinct plans he brought in, maybe one of them's come to fruition so far, will be leading to the delivery of more housing here in Brisbane. But what we know as a direct result of the Olympics is that all of that construction work on the new Victoria Park Stadium, or stadiums, that were never anticipated are going to absolutely stifle the delivery of housing in Brisbane for a 5 to 7 year period, and also stifle the delivery of public transport projects. The sole reason the Council of Mayors SEQ bid for the Olympics, and this is what the Lord Mayor told us all, was that we would fast-track public transport projects here in Brisbane. And now we find out that we're not going to be getting the metro extensions. We won't see an upgrade to the Hurston busway station for the new stadium. We won't be seeing an upgrade to the exhibition stadium, which is the only public transport available for the stadium. And Brisbane is going to get diddly squat out of these Olympics.
Your time has expired. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to basically round off the Public Transport Committee report. And Councillor Collier talked about legacy. And I do acknowledge that, City Cats did come in underneath a Labor government, but the legacy that I do remember the Labor government leaving behind was burning buses. Yeah. And I think a lot of people remember that time. But, Mr Deputy Chair, let me tell you what the people of Brisbane will remember as our legacy. They will remember that there's 240,000 passengers jumping on our network a day. That's the population of Brisbane during wartime. They'll remember that over 7 million trips have been taken on our metro so far. They will remember our legacy as 44 million passengers in the first 6 months. They will also remember that our legacy is the reduction of congestion on the Victoria Bridge, and they will also remember that we're reducing their journey times by 2 minutes on average. Mr Deputy Chair, our legacy will also be remembered that we've increased the travel across our network. It's up. It's up by 2.4 million trips on Q3 24 to Q3 25. Mr Deputy Chair, patronage is also up on the M1 by 50% and the M2 by 30%. People will remember that they could use their debit and credit card when they get on the bus. They don't need their dodgy old TransLink card anymore. Madam Chairman, people will remember, Mr Deputy Chairman, my apologies. People will remember congestion is reducing in Brisbane as everybody gets on board the Brisbane BNBN. Mr Deputy Chairman, that is our legacy, not burning buses. Thank you.
Further speaker, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak about trees and burning buses. And I think I'll start with burning buses. And I again thank Councillor Toomey for his very insightful speech about burning buses. And of course it was all Labor's fault that the buses were burning. I think we've only got to look back a few weeks and we find that there was a council bus on fire in Brisbane, in South Brisbane, near South Bank, and who would be in charge? The LNP. And then I don't even need to go that far back. In my time, we've had exploding buses. You remember the LNP's natural gas buses? I'm sure Councillor Murphy does, when he was active transport chair. The gas tanks in the buses used to blow up. So the people with the track record of burning down council's buses are absolutely the LNP, and they're sitting on that side of the chamber. And Councillor Toomey's cameos, he needs to work a little bit harder on these because they do not contain factual information, which I find to be highly entertaining. Exploding buses, Councillor Toomey, and also just a few weeks ago on your watch, burning buses down in South Bank. But I particularly want to talk about trees because I raised a question in the chamber last week about trees in Graceville Memorial Park and Yeronga Memorial Park, and making sure that the trees, the memorial trees, which are heritage listed,
They are in a district-level park, and in both parks they are memorial trees. They were planted in honour of fallen soldier and a nurse at Graceville and soldiers over at Yeronga. World War I trees. And Anzac Day is coming up very soon, just a few weeks away in April. Now, as I'd pointed out previously, but not in this much detail, after the big storms last year, I took a senior council officer out on site, particularly to look at Graceville and the state of the trees in Graceville. And of all the sites in the ward, I impressed on them at that point how important it was to deal with the memorial parks as a priority, because they have memorial trees in them. They are places of significance to both the community, council and the state government. About a month later, I got a response from that senior council officer saying, "We're not planting any trees in summer," and that was the end of it. Not, "Yes, Councillor Johnston, we're planning to replace all the trees now so that when it's appropriate we'll be able to start." Now, I raised this with the Lord Mayor last week because we hit February, start of summer, and no action had been taken by council. These parks are in an appalling state, particularly Graceville Memorial, and I'm sure the LNP are very aware of my videos. They do like to watch them and refer to them, but there's a lot of footage of how bad this actually looks, because I have done some videos about it. So I asked the Lord Mayor a question last week and, quote, he said he would assist. So there's been crickets from the Lord Mayor. Absolutely nothing from the Lord Mayor. Today, though, I got a letter from Councillor Tracy Davis. So the letter from Councillor Tracy Davis confirms that they had no plans to do anything and that they were going to work with my office in February to confirm planting locations and timing. Now, it's the 10th of February. Anzac Day is just over 2 months away. Given that we don't have trees replaced from the 2022 floods in my ward or Cyclone Alfred over a year ago, I am incredibly concerned that council will be unable to deliver the extensive work that is needed now to clean up these garden beds, replace the coir logs and replace the memorial trees. There seems to be some backhand implication in this letter that they may not actually be able to replace them with other memorial trees of the same species, which is equally concerning because when Graceville Memorial Park turned 100 a few years ago, we had a very detailed arboreal plan, conservation plan for the trees done because it was incredibly important. It's a very important cultural and heritage place. So I remain concerned. There is no commitment from the Lord Mayor to assist. Councillor Davis has pretty much said we'll think about it in February. It's the 10th of February. If this is not done, it will be a disgrace. Our parks officers have always been proud of the work they do in the lead up to Anzac Day, but if they do not start now, this work will not be completed. It is extensive because of the neglect over the last X number of months.
Councillor Johnston, your time
work is needed urgently.
Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to reflect on one thing today, which is the Lord Mayor's comments earlier about city cuts. How dare the Lord Mayor, and I note he again isn't here to listen to the concerns of the people who use city cuts, how dare he come in this place and say, I am one of the biggest advocates for city cuts, when he has personally overseen the cutting of hundreds of services weekly from Apollo Road Ferry Terminal and Milton Ferry Terminal. And this is not a small issue. Over 1,000 local residents signed a petition saying, put these services back. The Lord Mayor could wave his magic mayor wand and say these services could come back tomorrow if he really cared, if he really wanted to. But he wakes up every morning and makes the choice to not do it, to ignore the concerns of all of those residents every day who are left stranded sometimes late at night, because we've seen huge growth on the CityCat network because of the amazing initiative of the Labor state government to deliver 50-cent public transport fares. We know that patronage on CityCats absolutely exploded after this was brought in. And what did the LNP do to respond to this demand? They cut services, and do you know how many new CityCats the LNP Council is currently building to cope with future demand?
3 or 4 or something, wasn't it?
Surely you would think they'd have 1, 2, 3 on the way? No. Right now, as confirmed by the acting public transport chair from the LNP, there are 0 new CityCats currently under construction.
The Lord Mayor said 600 people a week moving here.
The Lord Mayor said that there are more people moving to Brisbane than ever before, 600 a week. How are we going to cope when the Lord Mayor and his LNP Council cannot even keep up with basic council services like public transport? And when we're reflecting on the LNP's legacy when it comes to local public transport solutions in the Morningside ward, okay, we've got over 100 weekly ferry services cut from Apollo Road, closed the Norman Park ferry terminal, no notice, no replacement bus services long term. I mean, come on. How do the LNP come into this place time and time again? The Lord Mayor stood in this place and said, I am the biggest advocate for CityCats. It was the Liberals who voted against bringing them in at the time. And now, fast forward all these years later, here they are cutting and cutting and cutting again. And, you know, there are terminals like the Apollo Road Ferry Terminal that are in dire need of upgrade.
Yeah, when's that happening?
Dire need of upgrade. When is that happening? The Lord Mayor promised that at the last election. My community needs it. Is it on track? Where's the update on that? I'm asking. I ask all the time. No update. I bet, like everything this LNP Council touches, it is a false promise to the people of Brisbane. Time and time again they say, we're going to do this amazing thing. And then when push comes to shove, they put their priorities into travelling overseas, putting more flyers in people's letterbox with their face on it, than actually delivering the services that communities need. It's an absolute disgrace. I cannot believe that the Lord Mayor, the LNP Lord Mayor of Brisbane, has the gall to come into this place and tell my community, they're still contacting me every single week, they say, thank you so much for advocating for what our community wants. People are being still left behind because CityCats are too full. The LNP have no plan whatsoever. We confirmed that today. No plan to address that. There are over 2,000 people going to be moving in directly next door to the Apollo Road Ferry Terminal, Brisbane's biggest urban renewal project currently underway. And what's the LNP's solution? Hundreds less services every single week. What an absolute disgrace.
Wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day this Saturday.